Welcome to the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners meeting for 9 a.m. Wednesday, November 1st, 2023. First item on the agenda is Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So next item on the agenda is citizen input. And these are for items for any topic that's not on the agenda. We do have public hearings today, so there'll be some requests to speak during that. So we want to welcome our Youth Challenge cadets. So this is the leadership core, I think, of the different cohorts. Yeah, if you'd like to join us, just come up to a mic and introduce yourself real quick. So this is I don't know the terminology, but the current leadership. As I say, long history with the great programs of the Oregon National Guard Youth Challenge here in Deschutes County. And I know that folks in the program are from all over the state. So please introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Logan Berkey. I am originally from a small town called Dallas, Oregon, about 3 hours away from here. And I'm pretty proud to be here. OICP has given me like a good chance to like broaden my spectrums, strengthen some skills that I have, and give back to the community and do some great things. It's helped put me in the position to come here, do a lot of stuff about government, learn about my local government, and give me some chance to do some cool things in order to enlighten and give joy to the kids at OICP. That makes me pretty happy.
Thank you very much. I know it's a little bit of boot camp and high school and community service, but it's also a dedication for each person individually to be a part of the program and to complete the program. So thank you very much for your efforts.
Thanks, sir.
Any thoughts or comments?
Can we hear from all of them? Honestly, I really love.
Come on up.
Yeah, no, I love your program, and I feel really badly because you always have your graduation, I think, during our meetings. And so I know we went once, but I haven't been lately. And so would love to hear from you. It's so great to know that you guys have made that decision and you're turning your life around, and so proud of you. And I really think you need to share that with the community.
So that's a request for each person to come on up and introduce yourselves on the mic real quick. So please do.
If you don't mind. I just think it's wonderful you thought enough to come into our meeting this morning. I hope that's okay.
Oh, sure.
It's really sad we don't get to go to their graduation.
Just go ahead and pull one more chair up for yourself there. Yep, there you go.
My name is Akasha Crane, and I'm from Gresham, Oregon. I came to Oregon Youth Challenge program to better myself as a person and kind of broaden, like you said, my spectrum and, give back to my community. While being at Oregon Youth Challenge program, I have changed completely. Everyone in my family has kind of noticed that like I'm a better person, and I've learned so much. I've learned how to communicate with people and how to get things done in a timely manner. And I'm really excited to start my new life in my future.
Thank you for sharing.
I'm Cadet Leon. I'm from Beaverton. I decided to come to OYCP because I wanted to change my path. And yeah.
Thank you.
I'm Cadet McMurray.
No need to touch the button, so it's on by default. Yep.
I'm here because I got into some trouble and I'm way behind in school because I never go to school. And I realized that I must have done something wrong because I'm not succeeding in life. And pretty much everybody in my life told me I could. I just didn't apply myself. And this place is giving me a second chance to actually do that. That's why I'm at OICP, so I can learn to apply myself and learn actual life skills so I can actually pursue a better future and be a better person for my future family and my current family. And that's pretty much it.
Great. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, thank you.
My name is Jesse Sweet, from Portland, Oregon. I came to this program because I was not doing anything good. I was looking at an extra couple years as a senior in school, and coming to this program like it helped me straighten that out. I'm gonna be graduating on time. This program helped me learn how to control my anger and a lot of life coping skills. Learn what it means to have leadership and followership. And before this program, I wasn't going down the right path, and I was looking at like my life was going nowhere, like just down the drain. And when I came here, it changed my perspective on what I need to do. Service to community, it helps out me and a lot of people in the community. And then like this program just helps me relax with my life coping skills too. And then it changed my perspective on people.
Great. Thank you for sharing.
Thanks, Jesse.
My name is Steven Parra. I'm from Milton, Freewater, and this program has helped me out. Originally in high school, I dropped out in my junior year, middle of the school year, and I didn't really have any plans after that. I was just at home, like babysitting my nieces, my nephew, and I had a conversation with myself. I was like, I just need to turn my life around because I didn't have any goals at all whatsoever, and I was talking to a National Guard recruiter, and he told me that this program would help me in my life for my future, and it really has. I've learned a lot of things in this program, like personal finance. I learned so much for retirement. It's so awesome. This program has turned my life around completely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your stories of how the Oregon Youth Challenge is helping young people from all over our state get their life on the right path. I would just say, even though this program doesn't serve that many youth from Deschutes County, I'm really proud that Deschutes County is the place where we host all this good work happening, and that the facility is located here. So, to folks from the program, just know that Deschutes County is very proud to have this operation and this incredible program located here.
Yes, sir.
And your parents must be so proud. So thank you for sharing this morning. I really think it was inspiring to hear your stories, and maybe somebody out there is listening and has lost their way and realizes we've got a great program here. So thanks for coming in this morning.
Have a smile.
Well, and there's lots of opportunity out there in the future. You're all young, so it's good to be able to get on track and to see the bigger picture. So congratulations, as I say, for committing to this program. So this is Deschutes County level of government, the county. There's 36 counties, and you may be from Multnomah County or Umatilla County or Clackamas County. So this is our lots of interesting things on the agenda today. I'm not sure how long you'll stay, but thank you very much for joining us today, and it's great to meet you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So at this time, is there any other, that was a great event there just now, but other citizen input? Is there any other citizen input? Any other topics? Is anyone online? Okay, so seeing none, moving to consent agenda, a couple sets of minutes.
So move.
Second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes. At this time, proclamation, National Hospice and Palliative Care Month. Is somebody joining us for this? I guess I don't have a feel. So we're going to.
Yes, they're back.
Oh, there we go. Please join us up front also. It's your turn. Oh, anybody come on up and we'll. Here we are. And some introductions, and we'll work through a proclamation. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Lewis. I'm Medical Director for Partners in Care Hospice.
Nice to meet you, Lisa.
Hi, I'm Jenny. I'm the Clinical Operations Director for Partners in Care.
I'm Lisa Hurley, Director of Business Development.
And Greg Hagfer, CEO of Partners in Care.
Great. Well, thank you very much for joining us. This is a request for proclamation in support of the hospice and palliative care. We want to thank you for your efforts. I know, every situation you end up is very personal, very, a lot of emotions, I guess, is where I was going with that. So thank you very much for what you do. Any other comments or we'll work on? our
Oh,
recommendation?
your new facility is so incredibly thoughtful to people at the end of their life. And you just don't feel that at all when you walk in, the quilts, the little dog park. I mean, I was so impressed. I just lost my mom recently, and it's when you have a facility, it's not even a facility, a home like that in Bend that is so welcoming to anyone that needs it. I was really happy to have your request come on our schedule today. So thank you. Thank you for all your thought in putting into that design. You really thought of everything.
Great. So let's work through the proclamation, and then if there's any other comments afterwards, we'll go from there. I hadn't really looked at it. How about kind of 3 sections a piece here? Commissioner Dare, you want to start?
Oh, yes. We had to Google palliative yesterday because I was like, okay, how do we pronounce that word? It's very interesting. Proclamation. Whereas Deschutes County, in partnership with Partners in Care, acknowledges the importance of hospice and palliative care in providing compassionate end-of-life care and support to individuals and their families facing serious illness. And whereas National Hospice and Palliative Care Month, we recognize the invaluable services offered by hospice and palliative care programs across our county and region. And we honor the commitment of the professionals, volunteers, and organizations that make these services available to those in need. And whereas by promoting conversations about end-of-life preferences and ensuring early access to hospice and palliative care services, we can empower individuals to make informed decisions about their care and enhance the overall health and well-being of our communities. And
whereas hospice and palliative care providers in Deschutes County are dedicated to enhancing the quality of life for individuals with life-limiting illnesses, addressing their physical, emotional, and spiritual needs, and ensuring that they can live their remaining days with dignity and comfort. And whereas Deschutes County is committed to ensuring equitable access to healthcare services, acknowledging the importance of social equity and inclusivity in the delivery of care, now, therefore, be it resolved that the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners proclaims the month of November 2023 to be.
Yeah, I'll finish it up here. So to be Hospice and Palliative Care Month in Deschutes County in partnership with Partners in Care, and encourages community members across Central Oregon to start the conversation sooner and elect to use palliative care and hospice earlier when diagnosed with serious or terminal illness, so that both they and their loved ones can benefit from holistic physical, emotional, and spiritual care support provided by hospice and palliative care teams. Dated on this first day of November 2023 by the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners. So is there a motion to approve?
So move approving the proclamation.
Second. Any other discussion? So we'll pass this, and then if there's any other comments, we'll get there. So Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes. Thank you for your efforts. Any other comments?
Thank you. Was by the stories.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, good.
Support of the work that colleagues in this space are doing as well. Really appreciate it.
Yep, it's a calling and it's a very special service in our community. Thank you.
And thank you all for the extremely important work you're doing to take care of people in a very challenging period of their life and all of their families as well.
Thank you.
Item number 3, public hearing, Historic Landmarks Commission legislative text amendments. So we had an introductory topic and we started going right down the paths and we kind of had to hold on. So this is the time and place for the hearing on this matter. In fact, I guess it's a little bit more official. This is the time and place set for hearing on file number 247-23693-TA concerning Historic Landmarks Commission text amendments.
Good morning. For the record, Tanya Saltzman, Senior Planner. Let me, I'm also very moved by those first 2 items.
Mm-hmm.
What a fantastic morning. Thanks to everybody, really. I'm babbling.
So there'll be an introduction presentation, a little bit of procedure on how we do this public hearing.
Can everybody see that? Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
The Board of County Commissioners will hear oral testimony, receive written testimony, and consider the testimony submitted at this hearing. The hearing is also being recorded. The board may make a decision on this matter today, continue the public hearing to a date certain, or leave the written record open for a specified period of time. The hearing will be conducted in the following order. Staff will give a report on this issue. We will then open the hearing to all present and ask people to present testimony at one of the tables or at the podium. You can also provide the board with a copy of written testimony. This is a hybrid hearing. If you're participating in person, please fill out a blue sign-up sheet, which are available over there, and submit to the board administrative assistant at the side of the room. You'll then be called to the table to provide testimony. For remote participants, please indicate if you'd like to provide testimony by using the raise hand button in Zoom or by dialing *9 if you're participating on the phone. The chair will then call on participants with hands raised to provide testimony. Excuse me. Questions to and from the chair may be entertained at any time at the chair's discretion. Cross-examination of people testifying will not be allowed. However, if any person wishes to ask a question of another person during that person's testimony, please direct your question to the chair after being recognized. The chair is free to decide whether or not to ask such questions of the person testifying. Prior to the commencement of the hearing, any party may challenge the qualifications of any commissioner for conflict of interest. This challenge must be documented with specific reasons supported by facts. Should any commissioner be challenged, the member may disqualify him or herself, withdraw from the hearing, or make a statement on the record of their capacity to hear and decide this issue. At this time, do any members of the commission need to set forth any information that may be conflict of interest?
I have nothing to declare and I can proceed.
I have nothing to declare and I can proceed.
So I have no conflicts of interest. I can proceed, but for information, have been involved with the Deschutes County Historical Society. So that's kind of the larger picture. And then in the jurisdiction of the city of Bend, I've been involved with our old stone building in preparation for courthouse expansion. But as I say, that's kind of in a different jurisdiction of even this discussion. So I do feel I can proceed. At this time, does any party wish to challenge any commissioner on based on conflicts of interest? Is there anyone online with the raised hand feature? Okay, so as no challengers are presented, the hearing is now open and staff will proceed with a brief report.
Thank you. Okay, so the project, this is just a little thing. We found it's a very long URL, but you can also find it by going to the community development webpage and following the prompts to this project. That contains the full record, including all testimony that's been received until basically now. Staff submitted the required 35-day notice to Department of Land Conservation and Development on September 27th. We also mailed a notice of application to the owners of listed historic properties in Deschutes County. We thus far have received 6 written comments. 2 were specifically against the amendments, 2 offered to throw their hat in the ring to apply for the HLC, and 2 wanting more recruitment. In general, although 2 only specifically said it, they were not in favor of the amendments. So a brief summary of the proposal. This proposal modifies Deschutes County Code Chapter 2.28, Historic Preservation and Historic Landmarks Commission, to allow the Board of County Commissioners to suspend the HLC by board order. In this scenario, if that occurred, review authority for historic alterations or nominations for kind of new resources to be added to the list would be vested in the planning division of either Deschutes County or the City of Sisters as applicable. It also modifies the comprehensive plan policy 2.11 to acknowledge this alternate path. And I should note that if anybody needs, there's a few hard copies of those, the proposals on the table over there. And lastly, the proposal removes, this is more of a housekeeping effort from DCC 2.28. When it talks about the membership of the HLC, it refers to the selection of a commissioner from the Pioneer Association. That's no longer a separate non-for-profit Oregon entity, so the proposal strikes that section. It's kind of unrelated to the rest of the stuff, but since we were in that section of code, this was the time to do it. So a little bit of background on the HLC and preservation in the county. Historic resources are recognized by the state in statewide planning goal 5. People have probably heard reference here and there to goal 5 resources. It covers way beyond just historic things. It's also natural resources and wildlife and things like that. For the purposes of this, we're speaking about historic and cultural resources. This requires basic protections for sites on the National Register and recommends that the county has their own inventory of other sites, historic and cultural significant sites. This is embodied in the Deschutes County Comprehensive Plan. So in the comprehensive plan, there's a list of Goal 5 historic resources in the rural county. And those have gone through a process to be nominated and accepted and reviewed. And those are kind of just in the comprehensive plan as resources. The HLC, the Historic Landmarks Commission, again, that same chapter of Code 2.28 provides all the procedural guidelines and the basis for the establishment and the duties of the HLC. The HLC serves as an advisory body for issues about historic and cultural resources for unincorporated Deschutes County, as well as the city of Sisters. And I'll get into why that is in a moment. And it also reviews development applications for people submitting applications to alter a listed historic site or structure. Redmond and Bend have their own HLCs. At one point in time, this was before my time here, but it was one big one for the county. And Redmond and Bend had kind of more, they splintered off in various years. They wanted to address their own independent items and projects. They also, by splitting off, they could access separate pots of money of potential grant funding. So that gave them more opportunities. And related to that, so Deschutes County and the City of Sisters together is what's called a CLG, a Certified Local Government. This is a federal program, but it's administered at the state level by SHPO, the Oregon State Historic Preservation Office. In order to become a CLG, you have to meet these qualifications that are listed here in blue, a little bit small, but essentially you need to establish, a local government needs to establish an HLC. They need to pass a preservation ordinance, so what we have in chapter 2.28. They need to agree to participate in state historic building inventory program and agree to review or comment on National Register properties. And that makes them, by doing all these things, that allows them to qualify for CLG grants. CLG grants are non-competitive grants, meaning that pretty much any local government, any CLG that applies generally receives that grant. It supports promotion of preservation, things like surveys or tours or brochures or education or training. We have come to the board every couple of years during those grant cycles to discuss our CLG grants, what projects that might embody. We rely on the City of Sisters a lot for those projects as well. Those grants require a 50-50 match, so half of that is generally devoted to staff time. Usually the grants have been in the range between $5,000 and $15,000. That's not the match part. So that's just the part that's provided to us. It ranges per year, of course. This cycle, the county applied for $5,500. This is a little bit less than we usually apply for. This was due to a limited capacity as well as just a limited amount of eligible projects that were envisioned that fit the criteria of the CLG grant projects. And I will note that if the HLC is suspended by board order, it ceases to be a CLG. So that does reduce funding opportunities. And I'll also note that in our current grant right now, we're kind of in the middle of the cycle. No funds have been spent thus far in this cycle. So as far as the HLC activity, up until fairly recently, the beginning of this year, the HLC had 5 voting members and 1 ex officio member. Due to various circumstances, the HLC has had 3 vacancies since about the springtime, early spring. We began a recruitment in the beginning of May, this to coincide with Preservation Month. We had to extend those recruitments twice due to limited response. We shared our recruitment through a variety of channels, the county website, social media. We did a press release, the county newsletter, which I believe goes to quite a few people not just in the planning division lists, but the whole county. Local governments in Deschutes County and with local preservation networks by email. So we really tried to spread the word as much as we could. We did receive 2 applications for those 3 vacancies. Just a note here, the CLG grants, which are, a little bit limited in terms of what the HLC wanted to apply for. They apply mostly to education and outreach and not necessarily physical improvements. So that is a limitation of those grants, and just makes that potential list of projects a little bit narrower. But in the past, we've done things like create a strategic plan, create a policies and procedures manual, the City of Sisters story map that documents their historic resources. But other than that, there's been relatively low HLC activity in recent years, and we could go into the reasons for that at a different time. But I think COVID changed the energy level of a lot of commissions and committees. It created a new reality. I think that had something to do with it, and there's just other reasons as well. There's been 3 National Register nominations since 2011, and no alteration applications have come through the county in several years. One interesting twist to this is that any sort of nomination or alteration requires property owner consent. So in the past, again, before my time here, it was apparent that the county could say, hey, this is a historic resource, we're going to designate that for you. Now that's not the case. Now you have to be the property owner. If you are the owner of a historic resource and you want it to be on these lists, that's fantastic, and you can go through that process, but you're not obligated to do that. So people aren't necessarily aware of the benefits of being listed, and they haven't been coming up to us and nominating new resources.
Tanya, when did that change?
I'm not sure when the change from requiring property owner consent.
I mean, you don't have to give me an exact year. Has it been decades? Has it been?
No, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Peter Gutowski, Community Development Director. I think this was a change in state law that happened maybe 10 years ago, 10, 12 years ago. There was a time when individuals could nominate properties to be on a local inventory, and there were some experiences, as I recall, I think in the Portland metropolitan region, where that happened, and the optics of not getting owner consent was magnified, and that, I think, a handful of those experiences compelled the legislature to change state law to ensure that property owner consent is obtained for nominations going forward. And we've certainly seen that for national nominations as well. They have to have consent there. We've had 3 successful nominations: the deed in homestead, as well as some national on the National Register of Historic Places. There's segments of the Central Oregon and Pilot Butte Canal that are protected, and that required owner consent, property owner consent, irrespective of the issue around an easement.
Track that pretty closely. Yeah.
And commissioners, the only other piece I would add is this is a real important and fundamental change to state law. It used to be that a county or any local government could conduct a survey of potentially eligible properties. And certainly we have an expert, at least Pat Cleaver here, who's done this in the past in the audience today. But it used to be that a local government could conduct a survey, identify properties to be designated historic, and then the local government could initiate that process. And regardless of property owner consent, certainly that was a part of it, but the local government could designate it. That's what this law fundamentally changed, is in Oregon, local governments can no longer do that. And I'm not saying that that's a reason or not to take a position on these amendments, but it was an important change in state law that impacted our program for sure, as well as other local programs.
We're talking about a 50-year look back. Is that kind of the standard, 50 years or older? I mean, is that something?
I believe so.
Yeah, okay. We'll learn more as we go.
But really importantly, I think what it does is it changes where the leadership is in our community around designations. because the local government is not in the driver's seat in terms of leading designations anymore.
Thank you. Lastly, our strategic planning process that I mentioned was part of our CLG grant last cycle. I thought it was a great process that ended up with an excellent plan. It yielded an updated plan document that's available on the HLC website. It did receive fairly limited public participation. The input that we got was fantastic and super helpful, but it did, we had some open houses, and I believe one person came to that, but it still yielded a good plan document that could become helpful in the future. So back to the amendments, the purpose of these amendments is fairly narrow. It's not meant to be a referendum on preservation, the issues, and we know that there are issues just in addressing rural planning. This is meant to be a procedural patch to be available only if needed. So I just want to clarify that these amendments, if they're passed, they don't automatically suspend the HLC if the board adopts these and they become effective. It builds in this alternate ramp or exit ramp or something like that, you would say. It requires a board order to suspend the HLC. So it maintains all of the language about the HLC and their duties and responsibilities, but it does provide that option. The way staff saw this was we weren't having a quorum of commissioners, and if an application showed up at our doorstep, what do we do without that quorum? So that's what it's designed to be. This could be enacted, become effective, but then it doesn't actually do anything to the HLC until there's a specific separate board order. The removal of the Pioneer Association reference, as I noted, is essentially a housekeeping task. And the amendments, they don't affect the list or the status of the Goal 5 resources. Those are intact, and those are our Goal 5 resources. They're not going anywhere. So that's just a general summary of those amendments. That's most of what I have, essentially. As far as the next steps after public testimony, the board has the option to continue the hearing to a date and time certain, close the hearing and leave the written record open to a date certain, close the hearing and set a date for deliberations, or close the hearing and commence deliberations right away. So with that, I am done with my staff report, and I turn it back to the chair.
So one question, when a board order is discussed, to stop the HLC board per se and hand it to the planning commission, that can be reversed also,
Yes,
correct?
that's a very good
So
point.
it's two ways.
Yes. So in theory, if there was a situation where the board had to have this order and suspend the HLC, and suddenly there was a huge amount of interest or something happened, the board could have another order unsuspending it.
So suspending is kind of the terminology there too. So that's okay.
That's the word we landed on after much debate, but yes.
Okay.
So Tanya, I do have a question. On your report, you say ultimately only 2 applications were submitted for the 3 open positions, and those are the ones that we just got, correct?
No, those were previous. Those came after in the middle of the initial recruitment process.
Okay, so we did get 2, and then
We want to have for 3 open positions, we wanted to have a pool to choose from, essentially. I mean, not a necessary.
but then didn't we get 2 more just recently?
Well, they didn't actually apply yet, but they have expressed.
They said they were going to apply.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm not sure right now if the application link is still active. I believe it is, but I've made it clear to those people who reached out that if it comes to the situation where we, for instance, decide to reopen the recruitment, that's a separate process. I think a couple of people sent some resumes, which I appreciate, but that would be a separate process to apply. So it looks like one thing that has come out of this, which is great, is that we have had renewed interest, and now people are kind of coming out of the woodwork and expressing their interest in applying to be a commissioner. So that might be something to deal with at deliberations. Maybe not now, but I'm just pointing that out. So.
Yeah, I would just follow up that this, and we're grateful the bulletin has covered this issue. Our members of the community that are passionate about historic preservation have offered feedback already, or have begin to communicate not only to staff but to the board, and you'll certainly hear testimony this morning. And to the extent that the board is moved by this testimony, and staff totally supports this approach, is to reopen the recruitment process for a period of time as Tanya noted, we had a recruitment process since, starting in May. It went into the summer. We did everything we could to reach out to our landmarks commissioners, our liaisons in the community to spread the word. And we didn't get a lot of interest besides the two that formally applied. And just to underscore, the reason why we're having this conversation is not that CDD is somehow opposed or objecting to historic preservation or trying to irritate our partners. It really came down to the fundamentals that we don't have a quorum right now. Two members resigned, one commissioner, longstanding commissioner, passed away, and we were in a vulnerable position procedurally in the event that we had a nomination or there was an alteration. And so we felt obliged to bring this to the board's attention, which occurred in August, and propose these amendments. But by all means, we're not wedded to a particular outcome, and we're grateful that it has elevated the issue, and members of our community are engaged and offering meaningful feedback. So to Commissioner Adair's point, we have heard that there are people that are interested in applying. That system isn't, to my knowledge, isn't really up yet because we had a recruitment period. It ended. We stepped back and only again saw 2 applications. But that process, if the board is so inclined, can be reopened for a period of time.
Thank you, Peter.
And where where I'd like to go from those comments, or to piggyback on those comments, and before people have a chance to provide public comment, I just want to emphasize that we're having 2 levels of conversation right now. On the one hand, we're talking very narrowly about review of alteration and processing nomination functions. Those functions, which there hasn't been a lot to do in a number of years. So we're talking about these kind of required functions. And on the other hand, I've heard from a lot of folks in the community about a broader interest and a broader concern for historic preservation, which leads me to ask the question, and I would love to hear people's thoughts on this when they come to provide public comment. Is this structure, is the HLC as it is currently formulated, is it the right entity? Is this the right structure to get us to that broader goal of historic preservation, or do we need something different, or we need something modified? If we need something modified, I hope that we will be identifying that today, so that we can get the structure, the body that we need to help us with that very, very important broader goal of historic preservation.
If I can make one quick comment about that, I think that's a really, really good point, and something that we've been struggling with throughout kind of putting this all together. The one issue with the HLC is that the funding available comes through the CLG grant. That's kind of the only money there is right now. So that the stuff that we can do within CLG, there is a good amount of things, but it is a fairly narrow purview. So once you want to venture off of that, that does require some other type of funding. So it is relatively in the shape that it's in right now, it is relatively narrow. And I guess this is a good time to shout out to our historical societies in the county who do just a ton of the cool stuff, the tours and the events and the education, and, Three Sisters Historical Society and Deschutes County Historical Society. They really have this tremendous energy. They can always use more resources, but they are doing a lot of that stuff right now. And I think it'll be interesting to figure out how those things intersect.
Right. And if I may just offer one more supplement, since there's been an evolution of the Historical Landmarks Commission, as Tanya noted. There was once a regional Historic Landmarks Commission staffed by a very prominent, reputable historic preservation planner and subject matter expert. Over the years, again, the Deschutes County, in coordination with the City of Sisters, became a landmarks commission, and Bend and Redmond became their own landmarks commission. Our role through CDD has been, we no longer have a historic preservation planner. And so the role that CDD has undertaken with the board's support is really one of a facilitator. We look to the Historic Landmarks Commission and the board and the community, of course, but ultimately the Landmarks Commission to guide us in those eligible projects or opportunities afforded by the Certified Local Government Grant. And that grant, as the earlier slide noted, doesn't offer a lot of resources. It offers about anywhere between, I think the slide said anywhere between kind of 5 and 15,000. We've used that funding. It requires a 50% match to have a landmarks commission that meets quarterly. And so I'm underscoring that our staff doesn't come with, we're generalists in many respects, and we are leaning on those subject matter experts on the dais to guide us. And what we've seen over the years, and I'm just owning it, is that we've struggled to find meaningful projects, especially in the rural county. City of Sisters over the years, the past few years, has done reconnaissance level surveys. I think they've done a story map to maximize their Western motif and the historic dwellings and commercial structures that they have. But just to put it on the table, we have struggled, which is the second part of the narrative or the issue, Commissioner Chang, that I'm adding. We have the obligatory responsibilities if there's an alteration and or a nomination. You are exactly right. The other stuff that really galvanizes the community to embrace historic preservation, we have struggled to find projects that allow us to get into the community, to promote awareness, to highlight historic areas that the public can access. In fact, over the last few years, we've had one, maybe two historic sites be delisted. One of those was the Klein Falls hydroelectric area. I'm not saying it perfectly, but that area was more or less reclaimed, and there was a process, and that site near Klein Falls was removed. So I'm just acknowledging that it feels fragile from our point of view about how we can maximize historic preservation based on the structure we have today.
I'd like to riff off of that for a moment as well. And for folks who are here who are interested in historic preservation, and trying to understand, it's really important to understand how our community development department works and how it's funded. Because what you just heard was there is a pretty small amount of state grant funding to support this work of this commission, and the other half comes from the community development department as matching funds, and that's it's probably a challenge even to provide that because of the way that our community development department is funded. Basically, our community development department runs off of application fees, building permit application fees, long range planning applications, things like that. And last I looked, when we're talking about a historic building or a historic site, they probably haven't submitted a land use application in some decades. So so the question arises, why are we trying to pay for historic preservation functions out of current planning applications? And that doesn't make any sense to me. The community development department does a tremendous number of things that are focused on maintaining quality of life for current residents, and people who need a building permit shouldn't be paying for those quality of life functions. We should all be paying for those quality of life functions out of the county general fund, the property taxes that we all pay, because we're talking about preserving our quality of life. So I just want to flag that as part of this discussion of, how do you create the right structure to promote historic preservation, and then how do you pay for it? folks.
Commissioners, I just want to add one other piece. Peter, as you own it, that we have struggled to identify projects. I want to be clear that that is not just we staff. That is we, including the Historic Landmarks Commission, who you work very closely with to identify projects. So you rely on the landmarks commissioners to identify projects for you to seek funding for, to support. So I just want to be clear that the we is not just community development department staff. It's we, everybody involved in the county's program.
Thank you for that clarification.
So this is a public hearing on the matter. We have 4 people signed up to speak, and we'd love to, good conversation, but stepping into that, let's hear from requests for citizen input on this. So Pat Kluwer will be first, Gary Grun to be second. And this is not a long conversation at this point in time, probably 3 minutes or so, but we're all gonna learn about this together. So Pat, please join us.
Good morning, Commission Chair DeBone and commissioners and everyone else. My name is Pat Kluwer. I live at 60465 Sunridge Drive, Bend 02. I'm here today to speak in opposition to the application, which is coming from the county for the county. And I have to admit that I'm a little bit, feeling a little bit guilty about this, because last summer I was here with a client on a different matter and was in the parking lot and Mr. Gutowski came out and started talking to us about the matter I was here for. And then he says, oh, by the way, we're having trouble getting landmarks commissioners. And so we talked about that kind of surface like. And then he said, well, we're having trouble with the whole commission. And he told me what was going on. And my understanding is, like we've heard today from staff, is that they're having trouble getting commissioners to volunteer to serve in this capacity. And they're also having trouble coming up with a reasonable agenda for the commission, something that's valuable to the county. And also that could use the CLG money that is available from time to time. So I remember looking at him, and because I have lived in other counties and worked on these projects in other counties, I said, well, we are at a luxury in Deschutes County to have a great historic preservation program and to have a CLG certified landmarks commission. That's a luxury. There's lots of towns that don't have the expertise or people with the backgrounds that are needed to serve on landmarks commission, and they use their own planning commission or some other commission that's appointed by the people that are elected you. And so I remember having that conversation, and here we are today. I watched the tape from, I think it was the August 30th meeting, where the staff gave a presentation on these same issues. And it was very interesting to me. And I want to thank you for having all the IT stuff. It's just fabulous to somebody like me to go back and be able to watch a tape of a meeting and have it so nice and clear and understandable. But I'm here today to speak in opposition to this, because I think when you have adversity or you have something threatened, a lot of people who assume that things are going to be fine come out of the woodwork. And used to be people would call me up, but now they just text me, and sometimes get my email address and email me. And I've had so much communication the last few weeks since the word's gotten out about this. And it's really brightened my heart, because it makes me realize how much we really need a good, honorable historic preservation program in this county. When I moved here, there were 25,000 people here, and now it was way over 100,000. And one of the first questions people ask is, what's the history of this area? Did it start in 1770 or what, And they're really shocked that we are essentially in a 20th century community. There were some people, here in 1870, but very, very few. And so, they want to know the history. They want to know where they live, what's different about where they live than where they came from, what people came before us, and so on. And the list of sites and building structures on our comprehensive plan, has been added to over the years. And originally, when Goal 5 was created, the state had a requirement for the communities and the counties to make a list of sites, buildings, and structures that would represent the history of their area and to preserve them, identify and have public hearings, but to preserve them. And it was what we would call now adversarial. If you own one of those properties, you got it, and here's your regulations, and thanks a lot. But then they changed that, and then it became a program that was definitely done hand in hand with those owners, and the owners have a right of refusal now. So also National Register can never be done adversarially. It has to be done with the permission and the blessing of the owners. So that's been a big change. But as the staff said earlier, this is mandated by the state. There's state regulations that require us to do it. So, okay.
A lot of history there, I know. So yeah, you're not in support of this, but I mean, are there projects to be discussed? If we have a group of 5 up here every 3 months for a year, what's the content? And let's not go into that right now, but that would be my question. And that's kind of what we set up.
I think you're right on. And so I would be willing to serve on the Landmarks Commission. I know Gary Grund is here. He's willing to serve, and he's a nuts and bolts person. He's restored the Boyd Homestead, where Pomegranate is near Macy's. There's really good people here. I have another person who's a retired county staff member who's fabulous. They're to bring new ideas in. And I was just talking on the phone as I was driving here with an attorney who's representing other clients and something else. I've got a lady from Alfalfa that wants to be on the register. I mean, there's so much going on, but somehow the communication got messed up. And so I think there's enough people in this room who'd be willing to serve. Plus, I heard that 2 people offered to serve when the letters went out to the property owners, that we can totally get this going. I'm very concerned about the Planning Commission, even though I suggested it, because you have to have an educational component to that. And they need to know what the guidelines are, what the requirements are. And also there's guidelines, which are not black and white, but they're more gray. So,
Thanks, Pat. Yeah.
Yeah.
We got a long agenda today. So thank you. Nick, you had a comment. And Gary will be next.
Possibly out of order. I just want to say we're one of 3 counties in Oregon to have a CLG, and it's largely thanks to Ms. Klewer.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. Yeah, so good. So Gary Grund next.
Thank you, Pat.
And then Kelly Cannon Miller following.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Gary Grund. I live at 21925 Bear Creek Road. I've lived here for 43 years. So I've seen a lot of change in Bend in those 43. I want to be here to support historical preservation. People hire me to work projects. I'm basically a woodworker. But I've worked on projects that were from very early on the project to finishing up projects. I actually have a historical building that belonged to originally Shevlin Hickson and then became Brooks Scanlon's property that I've have restored. And I think anybody that's been there would say that it looks like a museum because it's exact, pretty exact. So period correct everything that I could possibly do. So I know how to do historical preservation, and I strongly believe in it. And I've worked on many projects here, including the train depot. They hired me to build windows and doors in it that had been broken out. And so I just want you to know how important it is, I think, to a community, to a city, to a county, to a state, to preserve our history and not just let it slip away. So there's plenty of land to build new stuff. It's really important to save the old stuff, and it's difficult, but it's worthwhile. So, and I wanted just to be known that I am willing to be on the board.
Great. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thanks, Gary.
Kelly Cannon Miller, and then following will be Stephen Van Rokel. Good morning.
Good morning. So Kelly Cannon Miller, 1885 Northeast Carson Way, also Executive Director of the Deschutes County Historical Society, which is your county historical society and repository and the person and staff and place where we store some of your records and respond to all of the research requests that come from access to the historic preservation process. Really glad to hear reference to the strategic plan that we did in 2022 because it was feeling very gaslit to me and like you were pretending it didn't exist. We didn't have to go to the open hearings for that process. We worked directly with one of the landmarks commissioners to come up with many goals and strategies for the Historic Landmarks Commission moving forward. So the idea that there isn't work to be done isn't true. It's in the plan. One thing that I have 40 pages of notes, and it's like, which thing am I going to decide, to highlight for you? One of them is that the process you're proposing will hinder the landowners who do believe in historic preservation. And one of them you already know is coming for you because they've had meetings with your community development department staff, and that's Peterson Rock Garden, a very beloved National Register property that people actually wanted you guys to take over and run as a park. We know they have years worth of deferred maintenance coming towards the new owners. They've already had sessions with your staff. So we know that permits are coming from them in the future. It's only a matter of time and what you will do with this patch amendment. Why do you think it will be so easy to come up with a landmarks commission on the fly when a permit comes in versus right now? It's inefficient and it will only hurt the landowners. Same thing with the City of Sisters. If someone, a town that is rooted in historic preservation, so much so that new building has to mimic historic buildings, and you have a responsibility to them that, frankly, I don't feel like you have given Sisters adequate consultation time or consideration for what this means for them with this process. I think it's unfair to say that interest isn't there. I think this is a moment for you to look at how citizen participation is greeted by the development department. So let's talk about the two applications that have already been received. One of those people is exceedingly qualified to be on the Landmarks Commission. I spent 5 minutes on the phone with him yesterday to learn that no one even responded to his application until this topic came up. So for months, he had submitted an application and kept seeing in the paper, we're not getting any applications. Hello, we need some applications. And he's standing there with his application saying, hello, I'm right here. He also is the type of commissioner that understands that a healthy landmarks commission is one that is doing the education and work that breeds new landmark commissioners. So he's an asset that's been ignored for months. That's one of your problems. So I feel like sitting here, we're being accused of the community of not stepping up to manage something, when in actuality, you've made a process to apply that is a very unrewarding and insulting scavenger hunt process to find the application, to be considered, to be talked to about serving on the commission, that is disrespectful of their time.
A question for you. I mean, what's the content? What's the action item? If we have 5 people up here a month from now, what's the high priority item? Do you have anything like that?
So I oppose the text amendment.
Yep, understood.
You have the.
Yeah, but what's the action? What are they going to do? They're going to have a meeting at 6:00 at night.
Okay, so one of the.
I'm just wondering, what would your top priority be?
You know this. You're on my board. You know this. One of the things is the Historic Preservation Month planning. Pre-COVID, the county was absolutely a solid partner in presenting Historic Preservation Month. CLG funds were used for bringing speakers to town, supporting educational programs, doing things like our Heritage app that people can find the county byways project on. So just right there is one thing that has been cut off from the process. Blame it on.
I was just
COVID.
looking for the thing you were excited about for the next step. I wasn't challenging. I was just wondering.
Got it. So there's plenty of work to be done. You have the commissioners. You would be cutting off your nose to spite your face if you did this patch amendment.
Thank you.
That's the bottom line.
Yep.
Yes, Phil, this is the right path. You don't have the expertise. You need the Landmarks Commission to provide the expertise to your staff.
And as it's currently formulated, is the Historic Landmarks Commission able to do all of the things that you are hoping it will do? I'm not that familiar with this strategic plan, so thank you for re-emphasizing that. But I'm concerned that I've been hearing about this body that is constituted to do alteration reviews and process nominations, but not a lot of the, I haven't heard about these broader functions.
And that's I think that there are broader functions. And I would like to add that talking about it in terms of cultural resources is important because there were people here from time immemorial. And I think that you're unprepared for the archaeological sites that could exist on county property. And the moment when you hit one of those, you're not very far from some of the most important archaeology happening on the North American continent that are predating the Siberian land bridge and rewriting the story. The chances of you guys having a major archaeological site, east of town especially, is very, very high. And you're unprepared for that if you do come across that. You need the Historic Landmarks Commission to be providing your staff with the expertise that you haven't hired.
And if we are experiencing capacity constraints in terms of staffing, do you have suggestions or recommendations for us in terms of how we adequately resource a Historic Landmarks Commission to be able to perform this, to be able to do all the things that are in the strategic plan?
Well, and I think that's where you're underusing the State Historic Landmarks Commission in terms of the training and recommendations that they've already tried to provide the County Landmarks Department, as well as training moving forward. That's one of their jobs, is to provide the training for you. As for, fundraising, could we match the CLG funds? We probably could. We could do a lot with saying we have $5,000 in CLG money. Can you match that and be able to fund a full year of educational programming around the county?
And I hope from my earlier comments, it's clear, I think that the county could be contributing funds from other sources besides permit, application fees. But I need to understand what this body is supposed to be doing. And so thank you for helping me.
And I hope you grab the strategic plan and have a look. And I appreciated greatly your comments about funding. Goal 5 is incredibly broad. It covers a lot of things, but you don't get to pick and choose which ones you're going to support. You have to support all of them. And, being willing to sacrifice historic preservation because it doesn't fit the moment isn't okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I just ask Kelly a question? Bringing it back on a very simple level, the education for the public on what is available there. I actually have a rock guard at my house that's from the original cattle ranch. I know it's older than 50 years, but as a citizen, what are the requirements if I sign that rock guard up to be a site? Because it's right there in the corner of my property and it's definitely ancient. It's kind of holding together and it's good. What happens to people that do have that kind of property? Is it because they changed it to the private citizen? Actually, now I have to sign it up. Was it so awful before when the county said, oh, well, that's antique and we want it in our historical registry? I mean, why did they change it so much?
Well, I'm I think Pat's maybe more qualified to answer that than I might be, but what I would say is that one of the glorious things about the preservation process is that it is largely driven by the owners who believe in it and value it and want to protect it. It's not the government coming and telling you what to do with your property. It's 100% driven by people who care about it, right? So if that's where it starts from, then the development department should be there to support them, to say and celebrate, yes, let's put protections around it so that in the future, when you sell it and it moves down the line to the next people, that value that is shared and belongs to all of us at a larger level moves along with that piece of property. And really the Landmarks Commission with development, you've all seen it. You can have something be listed on the National Register. You can still get a demo permit and take it down. There isn't teeth for that level of protection. What it does do is say you value it, and it puts it into a channel of management that allows people to stop and take a breath, right? So we're going to look hard at this historic property or this archaeological site or this cultural resource and make some really important decisions about it. Let's move it into this category so that we make sure that the right people are looking at it and advising us appropriately. Did that make sense?
Yes, it does. I just, as someone who, I got my degree originally in history, so I do think it's important that we maintain, and we are so blessed in Deschutes County that we have that privilege to recognize what's been here longer than us.
And I'm sure Pat would be happy to write a nomination for you.
Thank you. Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you. Stephen.
Good morning, Commissioner, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Stephen Van Rokel, 18450 Couch Market Road. That's in the 03 area code of house I've owned for over 20 years here in Bend, but most recently moved from Washington, D.C. I was a commissioned officer in the Obama White House as first U.S. Chief Information Officer and then the U.S. Chief Operating Officer as the Deputy Director of the Office of Management and Budget in the Executive Office of the President with President Obama. The last time I sat in front of a dais was in the U.S. Capitol building. Wow. So, and I'm still nervous about this. So,
well, don't be.
Thank you. I am also happen to be an emeritus member of the Smithsonian's National Air and Space Museum board. I've served on for a little over a decade. I both, my life experiences have both given me an incredible appreciation for the role of government in policymaking, lawmaking, and citizen engagement. And my time with the Air and Space Museum has given me appreciation for the role of history in seeing young people like the people behind us inspired by innovation, resilience, all the things that I think Deschutes County represents very, very deeply in our history, and really that reflection of that history into the future as young people think about their what they can do, how they can go forward in life, and what they can take forward. Seeing homesteaders do it in the 1800s and being able to do it now is an important notion. I am one of those citizens here in Deschutes County that was inspired by the news report that came out around historic preservation and the possibility that procedurally the checks and balances of this HLC could possibly go away or be paused in some fundamental way. I believe that it's important. I believe that having an organization of experts look at things, as I've seen at the museum, is an important part of how we engage our citizens, how we represent our history, and how we carry this stuff forward. It's I think looking at this from the perspective of my time in government and thinking about what I would do if I was sitting in your seat, this seems more like a citizen engagement problem. I mean, the interests that we've heard about this morning and the interest of myself coming forward in this moment sounds like an opportunity. And I think that opportunity extends beyond nominees for HLC seats into fundraising, into thinking about different things. When at the Air and Space Museum we wanted to preserve Neil Armstrong's suit, we did a first ever crowdsource funding program, and in 5 days we had to shut it off because we had raised too much money from citizens in the country donating money to do this. I think there's enough interest in Deschutes County and the importance of both culturally and from a tourism perspective, what our history represents, that there are many opportunities out there to go well beyond what we've seen. And Smithsonian is a U.S. government entity. All of those, crowdsourcing opportunities and things with the right set of lawyers, all fits within U.S. procurement law and can be done in ways that I think could really expand what we do and how we do it here in the county, and take some of that innovation into our procedures and processes as part of our government as well.
Are you interested in being on an HLC in Deschutes County?
I am interested.
There we go. Okay.
That's why I was here. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Commissioner DeBone, there's at least one person online.
Great, thank you.
Nunzi Gould mentioned that she raised her hand, but she didn't know if she was going to be recognized. So just letting you know, there's at least one person online. She just shared that with me. Oh, great.
Oh, 4 people online. So, well, just acknowledging our agenda today. This was going to be scheduled for 45 minutes or 50 minutes or so, and we're just blowing right past it. So, I would like to get the testimony from the folks online. This will be a 3-minute testimony. We've been letting it slide in the room. So please do that. And then this is just opening up the process. We're not making decisions today. This is the hearing on the matter opening up. So yeah, let's go with whoever's next online. James something.
Can you hear James DeRofi? Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. My name is James DeRofi, live in Bend, Oregon, 97702. I am the former chair of Envision Bend, and I'm still currently on the board. We are due to be meeting with the county commissioners shortly. And just due to timing, this has come up before our actually meeting with you. I'm here to basically not advocate for the process moving forward, but for the fact of the need of the process that currently exists. Part of the vision action teams that we came up with, you should all now have a copy of our vision project, which the county did help fund, was one of our quick wins was helping identify historic landmarks, not just in the city of Bend, but in the greater Bend area. So that truly means a large section of Deschutes County. And we would like this is one of the organizations, this Historic Landmark Committee, that we've identified as being capable to move forward with projects. To put it bluntly, a lot of people are upset about things when they get torn down, and they don't know why things get torn down. And then it sometimes just turns down to there's not enough money to keep something historic, or maybe even the fascia or the front version of it could stay historic and the inside could be modernized. But if we don't have an organization, most likely a citizen committee or something like that, that can watch out for these things, they always sort of disappear. I would like to acknowledge both Phil and Tony's comments regarding this, how to move forward. That is where we would like to work with you and coordinate with other agencies as well for this sort of process. Does that sort of make sense? I mean, we are literally meeting with you in a few weeks. And this came up before, so in the agenda.
Thank you very much. Well, as I say, we've got engagement now. It was just this awkward kind of engagement. Well, maybe we'll get involved. What are we going to do? And now we're having a great conversation today. So thank you very much, James.
Bye.
Yep. Okay. Paul, thank you very much for joining us. And as I say, Nunzi, your name was mentioned, so we'll get you on here also in a moment. Good morning, Paul.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Paul Claysons. I live at 63287 Morningstar Court in Bend, Oregon. When I moved there, originally was in the county, and now our property is within the city limits. I've lived in Bend for over 35 years. Great place. I'm now away in my retreat in the California desert for a few weeks. So thanks for the opportunity to comment. I served on the Deschutes County Landmarks Commission and then the Bend Landmarks Commission for over 25 years. I'm an archaeologist by training, anthropologist and historian. I work closely with the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs on projects involving cultural resources currently. I retired from the Forest Service as an archaeologist about 6 years ago. My concern with the plan to suspend is that we have ongoing partnerships that were initiated by the Deschutes County Landmarks Commission with the Archaeological Society of Central Oregon to provide site stewardship on county-owned properties. And my concern would be that that would potentially put that process in a hiatus. And we're just getting started identifying properties that we could help monitor for the county. We do monitoring on BLM lands and Forest Service lands, state lands. So that would be one concern. And I think with the future growth of our county and sisters, that I think there's a lot of potential for actions that the Landmarks Commission could take in the future, dealing with applications, as well as significant listed properties like the Peterson Rock Garden. And I think really the whole purpose of CLG grants, particularly focused on education and outreach, as we've seen today, doing more of that outreach, I think would generate the level of interest needed to fill the commission space. So I advocate for not accepting this particular amendment at this time. And thank you.
Thank you. Looks like we have a good internet connection from us to wherever you're at. So thank you for joining us. So that Nunzi Gold, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
That's wonderful. It would be nice if the IT department could actually show the faces of those Zooming so you could see me as a taxpayer and a citizen of Deschutes County. Right now, I noticed the planning department did not go through the public hearing process to even identify how people would testify by Zoom for the raise your hand and lower your hand and mute and unmute, or those who might be calling in. So
let's take a moment. I mean, I always assume that, yeah, the person testifying hadn't turned their camera on. So do we not? Yeah, I think it's available for you to turn your camera on.
It's not available on my screen, and the chat.
Okay, so that's good information. I mean, I assumed it was a choice on your side, so we'll look into that.
The chat function has also been disabled. So the county planning department and the community development department have some fundamental planning infrastructure needs in your Barnes hearing room. Adding the work of doing HLC criteria, I think, is an undue burden on them. I am opposed to ceasing the CLG and removing the HLC. These are very important commissions because they who serve understand the language and the process, not only for those entities that are listed as National Register sites, but those that are eligible. And let me just share with you, the Barnes hearing room where you're sitting is named after Judge Barnes. You'll see his picture, his black and white picture in the front entry of your room entry there. His home site in Tumalo is listed as an eligible site in your Goal 5 list of historic sites. That is an example. Were the property owners willing to actually give substance to that eligibility? The outreach and communication function that the county is supposed to be doing really has not been happening. Historic preservation has not been made sexy. And it's time that the program that you are administering have the tools and the network and the support. And that will happen if you open the door to those who have applied for your commission instead of just shutting them down. So I encourage you to continue to appoint those who have applied to your commission. After all, they're not getting paid. It's no tax on you to do that. I encourage the county to not be apathetic towards historic preservation. One example is the old stone building that the county owns that's got listed on a county registry before Bend created its HLC. And the county itself isn't willing to go through the motions to preserve that building by relocating it, for instance, as was done with the historic train depot that's down in along the river in the Mill District. Bottom line is, we can do this. It isn't a tax to create the HLC, and there are many additional things that can be done using, for instance, historic cemetery grants, following in, for instance, the outreach that the State Historic Preservation Office is doing. So as an advocate for historic preservation, the reason you have more identified items in the City of Sisters is because the RLS, reconnaissance level survey, that you did was specific to Sisters. And you could have actually received more items in your county had you not created a geographic boundary that was as small as it was. So part of the reason that your program isn't flourishing is because part of the reason your program isn't flourishing is because of lack of education in understanding these resources. So again, I oppose ceasing that program, and I do think the HLC was involved in putting the comp plan parameters on historic preservation forwarded to you. So there is value to that. And I really appreciate those who serve and look forward to new faces being appointed by your commission. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Okay, there was 4 hands raised. Is there one more? Good morning, Dennis. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I am Dennis Schmidling, and I'm one of the HLC commissioners, have been for a number of years. And I do oppose the suspension of the HLC and would encourage the county to take a hard look in light of comments about staffing and perhaps redirect staffing efforts to support the HLC and historic preservation issues more broadly and more substantially than I've witnessed in the last probably 8 years. I do think there are opportunities for the inclusion of more historic properties, and I would encourage the any restaffing to be focused strongly on community engagement, which I think is a very weak spot in the current structure. That's it for me. I hope the HLC continues.
Great. Thank you very much for joining us, Dennis.
Thanks, Dennis.
So, as I say, timing wise, we got to get wrapped up here. I just want to make a statement. I mean, the intention is to do this. It's not to stop anything. The effort of the staff and the HLC, the current HLC, the people that have testified today. I mean, I am absolutely supportive of, let's go do this. But as I say, it ends up being, well, who's applying? What's the domain? Where are we going with this? And what's a 5-person board going to do each quarter? So, I mean, if we come up with great ideas here, let's go forward. But this is a public hearing on the matter. I do want to get to the next agenda items.
Yeah, I'd just say that after what I've heard today and the conversations I've had with constituents over the last couple of weeks, I would propose that we not proceed with these amendments, and that we do proceed to fill the 5 spots on the commission. And I'd actually also ask whether 5 is the maximum, like whether we have a constraint there, because there are a whole lot of people who have a whole lot of expertise and energy and different perspectives to offer that could really help, in my opinion, make the HLC successful. So if there's more than 5 of those, then I think it'd be really unfortunate to turn them away.
Was that a motion? You said you wanted to proceed without these.
And I was going to say, I'm not ready to.
Not ready to vote?
Yeah.
But I'm ready to second his vote.
Deliberate, I guess, is where I was saying.
So I guess.
What?
We're not yet.
Yeah, so that's exactly
Okay.
it. So procedurally,
Yeah,
public hearing, close public hearing, deliberate.
I thought I was just kind of indicating my, the direction I'd like to see this go in, not making a motion. Yeah, we're not deliberating yet, but
well, as
along with that proposal to maintain the HLC, refill and possibly expand the membership, I would suggest that the group should go through the strategic plan. If there's 40 things in there, I've worked with enough strategic plans to know that you can't do everything in the strategic plan in year 1, but that reconstituted group and expanded group, I believe, could help identify the top 5 or 8 things in that strategic plan, and then provide us with some recommendations on how very importantly, how we would need to be resourced and staffed to actually accomplish those goals. So that's how I'd like to see this move forward.
Public hearing on the matter. So the next step is, do we want to close the public hearing or extend the public hearing? That was really where I was thinking of going here.
Close the public hearing.
Some clarity here. So so that's fine. So yeah, as I say, let's acknowledge the consensus of the board is to close the public hearing at this time. And I'm not interested in deliberating right now with a final solution, but I want to thank everybody for participating. This is very exciting to see the engagement and the discussion. One of the things I would caution is, though, it's easy to say, okay, somebody needs to go do this. Somebody needs to go do this. How about our government do this? What are we talking about? I don't have a feel for the content still. Structure that's more than 50 years old on somebody's private property, not required to participate. We've had 3 nominations in 12 years. Are we setting ourselves up for a big quiet period again or not? And as I say, I'm looking for the actions. I'm not against it at all. So
if the
deliberations to be scheduled.
The board could set a date for deliberations. Staff can come back with kind of a summary of the input we've heard. I will note just the little bit about the Pioneer Association regarding.
Oh yeah, there we go. A little bit more content on this topic. Yep.
That would have to be addressed in some, or should be addressed in some capacity, but we can come back, staff can come back with just sort of a to-do list and potential options and directions to take, both pertaining to the specific amendments and then sort of next steps in terms of recruitment or, activities or all of the stuff that's been mentioned today.
Yeah.
That works.
Great.
Do you have a preferred date for me, or should we figure that out offline?
I think 2 weeks from now, we got the Association Board and Counties. So, and usually we kind of think of a little window here. So it's probably either 1 week or 3 weeks from now.
And yes, the 22nd is the day before Thanksgiving, I believe. So could we do it in a week on the 8th?
I would have to get that memo ready for you in an hour.
Okay.
Oh yeah. How about, a couple of weeks from now then?
But
29th would be better. Yeah.
The 29th?
Okay. The week after. So yeah. So most of a month, but thank you very much for getting engaged. And either 3 or 4 weeks from now is the plan then. Yeah. We won't make you put a memo together in an hour.
It will be better if it.
Well, and as I say, I'll have a conversation with anybody also. We're all available to communicate on the topic. We're not in the public hearing per se anymore, but just for more information and what are those things that we could go do?
I know we grossly we grossly underestimated the time that this item deserved when this agenda was being built, but I don't see a reason to wait so long to deliberate on this item. I would propose that we deliberate now and just I've made a proposal. That's what I'd like us to consider, and we can consider that very quickly.
Are you interested in that, Commissioner?
Yeah, I seconded it. It's
Okay,
non-motion.
there you go.
Yeah, I feel that, thank goodness the community really heard what we were talking about doing. And I apologize to the person who actually gave their applications and didn't get a call back. That would have been incredibly respectful of someone caring enough to submit an application. So no, I second the motion.
And okay, so it has been motion and second. My only hesitation is I'd like to do look into the content, the comprehensive plan, looking for project work. And this code package does not preclude us from having the HLC. It gives us an on-off switch, and it also acknowledges the Pioneer Association. So, I mean, I think we're taking a quick step here.
I don't want to have an off switch. I do believe if the Peterson Rock Garden is coming up, to have to recreate this, that'll take a couple of months. I just feel like, you know what, our community now knows how important this is. We don't want to ignore historical things, and just to re-educate people that haven't lived here 35 years or 25 years about what is in your community.
So I see some engagement by our staff here.
Just a clarifying question, and Peter, maybe this is why you came up as well. Is there still the amendment to address the Pioneer Association, which no longer exists for a membership? Is that right? Is that part of the motion to include that, or should we bring that back as a separate amendment? It's up the board's call. We just want to make sure that we can appoint the.
Yeah. So if I may, just there's obviously the totality of the amendments, if adopted, would allow for the board in a subsequent step through an order suspend the HLC. So it's a two-step process. But if you wanted to remove that language and the fears and the concerns that the community has mentioned about they don't want the appearance even of a suspension, you could direct staff to revise the amendments to solely focus on the Pioneer Association, which has been dissolved and is now, I think, absorbed under the Historical Society. And then secondly, you could direct CDD in coordination with the Human Resources Department to initiate a recruitment for we have 3 open positions for the Landmarks Commission, and you would clarify how long you want that recruitment period to last. And then since I'm kind of wrapping this up, I think it's important to put on the record that our staff did communicate with the 2 applicants and let them know that we did not have a robust pool. Typically, when you do a recruitment process, you have more than 2 to fill 3 positions. And so I want to be clear that we weren't ignoring these individuals. We were acknowledging that we didn't have a robust recruitment process. Secondly, I think it's important to put on the record that staff, myself included, have communicated to the City of Sisters since May to their community development director about the situation. So while I can understand that the Sisters community felt surprised by this, I'm not sure this is a departmental to departmental communication. And I feel like our staff, and I know Tanya spoke to Scott Woodford as well, we were trying to be as transparent and forthright as possible. And to the extent that information didn't get out to the community, or it could have been done in various different ways, I certainly acknowledge that's a possibility, but I feel like our department has been open and transparent about our set of circumstances to date.
Thank you for that, Pete. In the interest of time, let's focus forward. And I just want to ask to do either of those actions, initiate the, reactivate the recruitment, or direct staff to revise this text amendment to only focus on the Pioneer Association piece. Do we need a motion or?
I would do a motion, two separate motions.
Separate.
That was a very long explanation of what how we need to revise the amendment. So if I just say so, moved as described by staff.
That's sufficient.
Okay.
And I'll second.
So is that a motion with two items in it?
No.
Motion just
For
as to
recruitment.
the
Pioneer
amendment for the
Pioneer
code section.
Association.
Correct, really.
Okay, so that was a motion for
Moved, second.
acknowledging Pioneer Association code amendment. It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
and I'll support that. So I'll vote yes. And then the recruitment.
Move for CDD to work with human resources to reinitiate a recruitment for Historic Landmarks Commission members.
Can I just clarify, how long would you like?
Yeah,
recruitment
that's the
to
question.
to remain open? 30 days?
What?
I was just verbal or just mouthing, maybe end of the year. It's that offers a soft 2 months. We're in the holidays. But I just offer that as a suggestion.
Well, since we have the attention of the community, I would say till the end of November.
That's what I would think.
And hopefully the next couple, they've got the month to pull it together.
There's the motion till the end of November.
Yeah.
Okay, that's his motion. Can you second it?
Yes.
It's been moved and seconded, 30-day
I think I
or
made
so
it.
window till the end of November for recruitment of the Historic Landmarks Commission. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes.
I
Thank you very much.
I will come back with.
So a little bit of,
ordinance
yep.
On the 20 for an ordinance format, and then we will release all of the recruitment. So if anyone's listening who already expressed their interest informally, we will post the link on the HLC website. You have to go through this really fun process online to apply. It's through our governmentjobs.org.gov. I don't know. I'll put it on online, but that is a separate process. So if you've already reached out to me with interest, you still have to submit an application, and I'm happy to help people through that.
Great. Thank
Thank
you
you,
very
Tanya.
much.
Thank you.
So item number 4, schools annual report. I do apologize. That one just kept on going, but I mean, it was a great conversation, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Hello, good to see everybody this morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having us.
Can you do it in 5 minutes? No, I'm joking. We put you down for about 30, I think.
40, we put.
40, yeah.
Yeah, we put you down for 40.
Choreography for. Thanks so much. To introduce us, I will start. Jessica Jacks, Program Manager, Prevention and Health Promotion in your Public Health Department. And I am joined by Amy Snyder down to my right, who is our Health Services Supervisor over our Healthy Schools program. And from there, we have Scott Olszewski.
Is it Mr. O at school?
Yes.
There you go.
High School Principal, and to his right, Chris Reese, Bend High School Principal. So very happy to have them here. Also want to recognize our VIPs in the room. We have to assist us with question and answer in this dialogue. Behind me, maybe you guys can stand when I mention your name. But from Ben Lapine Schools, Laura Nordquist, Deputy Superintendent.
Good morning.
John Reinhardt, Executive Director of Student Services. This also includes counseling, nursing, and special education. Jennifer Houth, Director of Social, Emotional, and Mental Well-being. Within public health, Matthew Christensen, our epidemiologist and lead on the Healthy Schools Evaluation Plan and work. See all of our data, see the numbers that he, I'm sure, dreams about healthy schools. Lindsay Seibel, a public health specialist from Bend High School, she's our staff that occupies Bend High School, and Amanda Armstrong, also a public health specialist, but serving La Pine High School. Also, Heather Keisner wanted me to be sure and share that she wishes she could be here. She is not feeling well, so we're glad that she's not here, but do want to just express her appreciation to you to having us today. So we have some slides to share with you. We are great. So these are the topics we'll be covering today. This is really about the release of our annual report. So the annual report for last year, the 2022-23 school year, that was the second year of Healthy Schools. And we're just entering the third year, which is our first time that we've been fully staffed. So we're just entering that fully staffed mode. And just wanted to emphasize that as it signifies, the report is annual. We will be issuing an annual report every year. Our evaluation report will come every 4 years, the first one to be fall of 2025. So with that, we wanted to start off with settling around some data. Why do we need healthy schools? And we are only going to give you a snapshot of a few indicators of why we need this program in our school system. If you'd like to look at more, there is a link on our website or within the annual report that you can do so. These indicators that we'll be sharing are very important as they help to anchor the focus of Healthy Schools. So it's important that we're monitoring this information, that we're leading by what the student need is in opposed to what we perceive student need. So with that, we want to bring in our student voice. And unfortunately, this particular section was going to be presented by our students, but due to scheduling conflicts, the fact that they need to be in school and where they're not able to be here. However, we do have some feedback from them. And if you are so inclined to read some of that, I will cue you. That would be great. Okay.
It's this interactive exercise. I see this coming. Okay.
So to start off, I'm going to share a data slide and then we'll have that student response. So I'll cue you at that point. So this first slide, we are looking at emergency department visit suicide attempt data. These are suicide attempts amongst youth who have reported being within resident zip code of Bend La Pine schools. So that means that should a young person present in any emergency department across Oregon, the data would be included here if they were residing within the Bend La Pine schools footprint. So in this 3-year period from 2020 to 2022, there were 195 emergency department visits amongst our young people ages 11 to 18. And we know that just one is too many. So to reflect on that a little bit and try to understand the student perspective of what might be some top stressors amongst our young people today, we asked a group of Bend, Caldera, and Summit High School students to answer that question and compiled that feedback in the handout that you have. So if one of you wouldn't mind taking students.
Let's go across 1, 2, 3, Commissioner Chang, if you want to start.
What do you think are the top stressors for high school students in Bend? Student number 1, work and school. I have been getting off work between 1 and 3 a.m. and then I'm tired out the rest of the day. Some kids have to work 5 to 7 days a week to help without their parents at home.
Student 2, lack of safe or welcoming family structure to help deal with all these stressors has impacts on decision-making, sleep, rest, and support.
Student 3, social standard, there is pressure to be this one thing and act a certain way and live up to the trend and try to be normal.
Thank you. Our next indicator that we're reflecting on and prioritizing work within healthy schools is around 30-day marijuana use. I'm using the word marijuana as opposed to cannabis because that's the way the survey uses it and what students generally refer to this substance as. So we can see here, this is 2022 data with focus on Ben Lapine schools. And you're looking at 8th grade in the blue bar and 11th grade in the orange. And we can see that marijuana use exceeds in Deschutes County I should say that differently within Ben Lapine schools is higher than the state rate. I'm going to share similarly 30-day vaping use before we get the student response on that. This is the percent of students who reported vaping tobacco or using e-cigarettes in the past 30 days. And again, we can see the Ben Lapine schools rates of use higher than the state for 11th grade and about similar for 8th grade. So youth, why do you think teens might use marijuana or vape?
Student 1, it's a way to release the stressors and not worry about anything for a small amount of time while they're high.
Student 2, peer pressure to fit the mold if you're feeling like you don't fit in. This can be a reason to try something because they're worried that they won't have friends anymore.
Student 3, vaping is accessible and seen as an easy out. When it came out, it was not clear there were health consequences. Seen as having very little risk, it's hard to shift against the grain. Jessica, these numbers are still worse. Remember, Deschutes County, our kids have always been higher than the state average. It seems like we have a problem.
We have a problem. This is this is one of our indicators. Our data indicates this. Our youth are sharing that this is a concern and a problem for them and exactly why we have healthy schools. I'm eager for you to hear from our principals about that. So the next question is there anything you would like the adults in your community to know regarding any of these issues?
Sorry, you.
Student 1.
Adults tend to try to handle by coming down too hard instead of having discussions with young people to get to root causes of the problems.
Student 2, adults knowing that it's not just something that young people try, it could be a coping mechanism. Student could be struggling and needing help.
Student 3, we're not being lazy. Sometimes we just can't get up because we're exhausted.
Thank you for sharing that. And thanks so much to our students for preparing those remarks. So just to summarize this section of why we need healthy schools, it's because of this data, it's because of the youth voice that we know that students are telling us that they're struggling. In Ben Lapine schools, there was a survey delivered this year, or maybe it was last year, the youth truth survey, where this data point, 50% of middle and high school students report feeling stressed, anxious, or depressed, specifically as a barrier to learning. Healthy Schools is a vehicle to address this mental health crisis that we are facing. And while this is very sobering information, we do need to keep it in perspective. There is hope, and I'm going to transition to have Amy share what we're seeing in terms of impacts thus far, and then we'll end with our response from our principals about what that's looking like. And just to emphasize, the Lapine High School and Ben High School are have finished the second year. They're the two schools that have been longest standing in terms of Healthy Schools implementation.
Thank you, Jessica. Just to give you a little bit of background on where we are since we've been doing this program for 2 years. As Jessica mentioned, we started in Bend High School and Lapine High School, and we have those two principals here with us because they've been on this journey with us the longest, and that was year 1. And then in year 2, last year, we added 7 more schools. So you can see that on the graphic up there, and the annual report that we just published reports our results for all 9 of those schools. So collectively over those 2 years. And then now this school year, we're in the remainder of all of the secondary schools. So all middle and high schools and Ben Lapine schools now have public health specialists and are receiving these same benefits. But the majority of the first slides that I'm showing are just these first 2-year schools. And this is what Healthy Schools looks like in human form. So that's the 6 of us on the Healthy Schools team. And you can see the logos for the schools that those public health specialists serve. So each of those schools has a designated public health specialist that they go to if they have any questions about what we should be doing to prevent any of these issues from ever starting and to promote health overall for all students in the school. And then I serve as a sort of public health specialist for the district. And so here are some of our results. I am reporting our results across our program areas. So we have 5 program areas, those 4 main pillars there that you see in the vertical bars. A positive and inclusive school climate is one of our program areas. Then we have health education in and out of the classroom, family engagement, and then links to care or links to community resources. And at the bottom is the process for how we do all of it by engaging admin, staff, students, families, community partners in this process of making the schools health promoting environments for all students. You can see those icons in our logo. So whenever you see the network in our logo, just know that that represents those 5 program areas. And then students are always the center of this work. So just to this slide and the next 4 slides, just summarize some of our program outcomes by those 5 program areas. So we have improved engagement, communication, and coordination as it relates to prevention and health promotion in schools. We do this through our engagement of staff, students, families, and partners. As of June of last year, 9 schools had a public health specialist as their designated coordinator. They had school health teams, and they were running a collaborative planning approach to developing an action plan and implementing prevention and health promotion programs. We engaged almost 400 students and parents at those 9 schools to improve prevention and health promotion in schools. And then we also engaged 33 community partners in that process, which includes partners like Lapine Community Health Center, Mosaic, and Deschutes County Behavioral Health as part of our school-based health centers, as well as organizations like Youthline and Kids Center and Deschutes Public Library for some. We have improved capacity for positive and inclusive school climate. We have 11 schools that have now started Sources of Strength this year. That's up from 1 school in the previous years. And 10 of those 11 schools are implementing Sources of Strength as a class, which means it's not a bonus activity or a voluntary activity. It's now part of the normal operation in a school. And I'll explain a little bit more about that at the end of these slides because we have some updates on it. At the end of last year, we had 45 school admin, counselors, teachers, and other staff trained to be implementers of Sources of Strength. And then we've brought in more than $100,000 to support school-based prevention programs like Sources of Strength, as well as vaping prevention. We've improved effective prevention education in Ben Lapine schools. This work has reached over 5,000 Ben Lapine schools adolescents with effective prevention education programs that are implemented by the health teachers. So it's still the health teachers delivering the instruction in health classes, but we're working with the teachers to improve the resources they have. 100% of teachers now have access to a comprehensive plan of instruction and the materials they need to prevent suicide, substance use, risky sex, and violence. And 95%, almost all health teachers are reporting using at least one of these skills-based prevention programs at work. That's up from 31% when we first started. We have improved family engagement in health promotion activities. 9 schools now have consistent school to family health communications. So this isn't necessarily speaking about the communication schools already have from teachers to families about students' academics. This is about student health issues, about health resources, including that families can go to their school counselors and their school nurses, or inquire about a new referral system called Care Solace. So it's communicating about health information. 8 schools hosted Parent Connect workshops that increase parents' confidence and connection to resources, specifically to prevent substance use before it starts. And then for our 2 schools that have been in for 2 years with us to this point, Bend High and Lapine High, they had a 30% point increase in their family engagement scores using the CDC School Health Index. And then the last one is we've improved our linkages to health and help resources. 100% of Bend Lapine schools, middle and high schools, have referral systems for student mental health and substance use issues. Those 2 referral systems are Care Solace. 50% of Care Solace referrals last year resulted in behavioral health care appointments being made. And then 59% of students who were eligible for a program called Upshift, which is supported through through Deschutes County Prevention and Health Promotion. 59% of those students eligible were screened and received the brief intervention portion of the program. Now that was the end of just the results from the last 2 years. This information on this slide is a little bit of information about our Sources of Strength program, which includes data that's current as of this month. Again, I mentioned 11 schools are implementing Sources of Strength, up from 1 in the previous years. We've now almost doubled the number of school admin and staff who are trained because we've done another training. And we've had 20 to 40 students at each of those sites trained as peer leaders. So these are both full day trainings that really equip staff and students to spread messages of hope, help, and strength at their school and be linkages to help for students who need help with any kind of problem, especially mental health issues. Almost all of these programs are instituted as a class at this point. And since public health specialists are there to help coordinate, we are connecting this program to health classes and the life and career readiness curriculum called Wayfinder. We're connecting it to family nights and engaging families in this work. And then we're also putting out information through school newsletters just to help with really getting everyone engaged in this program. And those pictures are pictures of the staff who are trained. And what is Sources of Strength? It's a really great example of an evidence-based prevention program. That means it's research tested and it's been found to be effective at these items on this slide, which is increasing students' connection to adults in school, increasing student engagement in school, increasing students' likelihood to refer a peer considering suicide to a trusted adult, increasing students' positive perception of adult support, and increasing acceptability of seeking help amongst students.
And I would just add in there that would like to offer an invitation that should you all be interested in hearing directly from youth who are participating in this, we would love to make that happen. Doing so at a commissioner meeting is challenging, but if we can create a way for you to come to them, that is probably a better way to do that, and we would love to make that happen. Invitation is out there.
Mm-hmm.
And sources of strength is actually a class with a class period assigned for many of the students who are participating, or all of them.
It's a class for a select group of peer leaders, and they are selected because they are able to reach a wide range of different students through their existing social network. So through their relationships with students. So the goal is to have one student from every social network in the school.
And was it just last month that a group of those students actually taught their teachers for a period of time, which I think is pretty fantastic. Yes, go ahead.
So my suggestion would be a really good way for us to have a chance to interact with the sources of strength students would be to invite us to a class period with them.
And I know at Bend High School, we do have a sources of strength class. Do you have one?
We do as well. We paired it with our leadership class.
Not all of our schools have a class period, but Bend High and La Pine do. So you're more than welcome anytime to come check it out.
Yeah, no, and it's a great opportunity for us. We know where the students are going to be and when, and it's a little less disruptive of their school day for us to come visit in their class.
So with that, love to transition to hear from Mr. O, because
Nobody can.
It's all good.
Reese.
Well, I'd like to take an opportunity to reintroduce myself. My name's Chris Reese, and I am truly, truly honored to be the principal at Bend High School. To put my lens into context with education, this is year 20 for me at Bend High. I spent 10 years as the assistant principal, and this is my 10th year as the principal. And before that, I taught for 8 years at Rex Putnam High School in the Valley. So I've been almost 3 decades in education, and I've seen it throughout change throughout those almost 30 years. Scott, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. Scott Olszewski, I'm in my 3rd year at La Pine High School as principal. My 2nd year in a role as South County Director, where I support the schools that are all south of Lava Butte. I've been in this district Bend La Pine district for 18 years. I was at Pilot Butte Middle School, Mountain View High School. I was principal for 6 years at Skyview Middle School, and now I'm thrilled to be at La Pine. So we go back a ways too. I think we were both assistant principals at the high school level for a while, about a decade ago. Yeah.
Exactly. So thank you for allowing us this opportunity to come and talk to you about this Healthy Schools partnership. And it has been a game changer, especially for us at Bend High School, and seeing that education has changed over time, and this partnership is really valued by Bend La Pine schools, and especially I think Scott O and I, because we were part of the pilot program. And I'll be honest with you, at first I was a little bit skeptical. I was like, what is this partnership going to look like? And going into it, I couldn't really envision what that partnership would entail. But fast forward to today, and I've found a lot of value in that partnership. In education, all of my training, all of our teachers' training is about instruction. And we are really facing a mental health problem. Commissioner Adair, you mentioned that we have a problem with substance use, and we do. And we have a front row seat to it, and we see it every day. And this partnership with Healthy Schools to address all of that, we're out-resourced, and we really need those partnerships because we don't have the resources available to address some of these huge issues that we're facing. Post-COVID, our real struggle as school principals and the burden that we carried was, how do we get students reconnected, re-engaged to our beloved communities? At Bend High, we've got a long tradition of school pride and culture. and students were connected to our community. And then coming out of COVID, how do we get kids re-engaged? And we want all of our students, I don't care who it is, to have a sense of belonging and connection and agency into the community that we so love. One example, and I know Scott O is going to talk to this, we've had a long-standing partnership with Bend Police Department with our school resource officers. And again, part of my training was never in law enforcement, and to have that partnership there and that connection has been a game changer. And I see that analogy with healthy schools right now and that partnership as we move forward.
Great. Thanks, Chris. Thank you, commissioners. I sat next to Chris a couple summers ago when this first was discussed in healthy schools, and he was very skeptical and vocally so. And I remember it very well, and sitting there just kind of taking some cues and thinking about some of that was around all the different resources that we have and how we're going to get all the arrows going the right direction. And I'd say that we've done that very well with this program. We heard a little bit about sources of strength. One of the things I want to say about sources program before I go on to some other things is personally, one of the things I love about it is that it's a positive way of addressing mental health. So just by the title, sources of strength, right? So that you look at the different areas in any individual's life or in a student's life, and they focus on what are the areas that are strong. And maybe it's just right now I'm strong with family connections or with healthy choices. And maybe in a previous time or in the future, I may not be, but you can always find some strengths to pull from. And Amy alluded to it, that it's a small group of students. And for us, it's in our leadership group, but the scope of what they will do is supposed to be throughout the entire student network. And I believe it was Amy that I heard this from when Amy was interviewing for this position. She had talked about how a lot of her expertise and experience was in human motivation. And I remember, not exactly, but I'll paraphrase the best I can, something that she said in that interview was that all the studies on motivation show that you can give information and you can educate all you want, but really it's peer relationships and peer cueing that really changes behavior. And it really stuck with me when I heard her say it there in a different context, but I see it also as relative to the sources program. I'm very appreciative of that. Chris alluded to the SROs, the school resource officers. We've got great support with every SRO I've ever worked with in this district. And now I get to work with the Deschutes County sheriffs and the deputies there. And it's really good. Chris was alluding to the fact that we are not safety experts, right? Even as principals, we are teachers that have moved into administrative and managerial roles, but we need experts on safety. And a big part of that is some people that we have at our district office with a safety background, not necessarily an educator background, but also our SROs. I see this Healthy Schools program as very similar. I also see it as similar to meal programs. If we want kids to show up ready to learn, we don't say, well, if they don't have a meal, well, that's on them, right? We say, let's make sure that we're providing meals so that kids show up ready to learn and our great teachers can do what they do. Our Family Access Network is the same mindset as well. You have a FAM program to say, let's make sure that kids and families have what they need so that they are ready to learn. They're at the starting line. And our public health specialists and our Healthy Schools program is very similar. And we say, if we need to have a healthy school environment so that kids show up, and that's one less thing to worry about, and they're ready to learn. It's a very competitive world out there. We're trying to do a lot of things to help these kids get a good education. So that'd be my piece on that. Our public health specialist, Amanda Armstrong, is just wonderful to have. She partners so well with all of our teams. There have been a number of tasks that when they came up, she's just kind of taken it on, and Source of Strength is one of those, but also working with some of our student groups as well. She's just been a great influence, but the biggest one in my mind has been what's called the SHIP, and I apologize if I get the acronym wrong, but I think it's the School Health Index.
School Health Improvement Process.
It's School Health Improvement Process, my apologies. But that was a pretty comprehensive look at our school community at Lapine High, maybe a year and a half ago or so, where she got feedback from staff, from students, from families in the greater community. And then we worked as a team to come up with some recommendations. And those recommendations directly led to us being staffed differently at Lapine High School. We did not have 2 full counselors as part of our staffing. It was in line with our formula as a district, but it certainly wasn't enough for our school counselors to be able to help kids do 4-year planning, think about post-secondary, and then often be first-line crisis response for kids. So I, as principal, would take a little human resources out of the classroom, a little bit from my grad coach allocation, and provide 2 counselors. We're funded at 2 counselors now, which really frees up all those other energies for our counselors to take care of the more long-term 4-year planning. But also now that has freed things up that we actually have a grad coach at Lapine High who's working with our freshmen to be on track for graduation. It also uncovered a need for us to have something akin to a liaison in South County, which now we have, which is a family engagement specialist. So when we're looking at those pillars, what Healthy Schools is about, we have a dedicated person in a certified role now that works with the schools in Lapine, K through 12 for family engagement, which I think is directly related to having a healthy school environment.
I'd like to give a shout out to Lindsay Seibel. She's our public health specialist at Bend High School, and she's been with me now for a couple of years and done an absolutely fantastic job of staffing and using the SRO analogy again. We've had a wonderful run of school resource officers, and they have done a great job of hiring quality people that not only come in and do their jobs well, but they've also become part of our Bend High family and really ingrained themselves in our community. And I lend it more towards in my almost 30 years, we live in a reactive mode a lot in comprehensive high schools, just simply for the fact of the matter that it's coming at us a million miles an hour, and we haven't been trained to deal with mental health and socio-emotional learning and law enforcement needs, and to have those resources here within our schools. That's what's been the game changer. And we're now starting to transition to what everybody wants is a more preventative, a more proactive model and education, and a way of addressing some of these needs that you heard about. And one of those needs is really getting in and hearing the student voice. And we don't do that well enough in education, is really talking and getting feedback and how are things going, and then being able to have these resources and this partnership to really address those needs, which is a problem. And unfortunately, I've lived through some suicides during my time at Bend High School, and having this partnership here and that sources of strength, and really being able to integrate that within our community has been the game changer that we're talking about. And again, I was skeptical, but now I'm telling you, because I've got experience with this, that I really find value in what we're doing here.
Thank you very much for those updates and the good feedback, and congratulations, ladies. I see the big smiles when you get the shout outs, but thank you so much for what you're doing back there. Yeah.
So Healthy Schools is suicide prevention. Healthy Schools is substance misuse prevention. Healthy Schools is helping us to address the mental health crisis and the needs that our students are speaking to. I'm very appreciative of all of you for sharing, and just want to open it up, hoping you have some questions, comments. We've got a room full of expertise to share as well.
I have a question for Scott. Scott, you said now you have someone that's actually with the freshmen in order to ensure that they stay in school and graduate.
Yeah, and our high schools all have this role called a grad coach, but I had already admitted here, sitting here on the record, that I was stealing a little bit of that human resource so that I could make sure I had 2 counselors staffed our building, and now I don't have to do that.
So what has been the graduation percentage for the last 3 years since you've been there?
Well, it was 59% the last 2 years. So we're waiting for this year's to come out.
So
Meaning this past
59
June's.
to 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the community knows. I mean, it's a bad situation for the numbers that are being published. There's reasons all around that, but it's just serious business. We need to get the kids engaged, make sure they're getting the support they need and getting them through this system also. I saw the news coverage the other day about the 9th grade statistic. I don't know, I forget what it was, but it was like, it still didn't look good. So
Great on track.
there's work to be done. Yeah.
Is a measure we really take a look at. And we have a graduation coach as well at Bend High School, focused in on that freshman year, because that freshman year is so important, especially again, COVID wasn't good for anybody.
Yeah.
Staff, students, families, the community, obviously. And that burden was how are we going to get our community? How are we going to get our kids? How are we going to get our staff re-engaged with this thing we call Bend High School? And
Yeah, I remember when it happened because I had a granddaughter, like a freshman in high school, and they were going to do 1 hour a week with their Zoom teacher. And I probably was the first person that called the school. My granddaughter was so mad at me, but it's like, no, that really didn't help the kids at all. And I just feel like those students have been so shortchanged. It's, I hope we can do a lot more in order to make up that, and getting those grad coaches, I think, is critical. We've got to make it up to them.
And I will mention too, I know that we talked a little bit about substance use as well as suicide, but one of the things that we're really struggling with right now is technology in the classroom and social media, and how are we addressing that and that true addiction that students have to their devices, but also that social media.
Do they have to turn in their phone when they get to school? Or do they get to keep them with it all day?
They can keep them with them unless it becomes an issue, which for a few of our students it does. But we ask that during class time, bell to bell, they have it silent and put away.
That's all of our high schools in Bend Pine this year.
It's consistent then throughout the district. I would hope so.
I've appreciated airline mode a lot more recently, because I don't even want it to buzz, because then it takes your attention away from what's going on.
I wanted to ask a little bit more about the Sources of Strength program. We hear so much from so many perspectives about the value of peer support in helping people work through things, prevent issues from getting worse. And so it makes a lot of sense to me. In your presentation, it says, Sources of Strength, evidence-based program. But I would love to understand that a little bit better. Like, how do we know? Like, how do we measure how a program like that, a peer-based program, how do we measure the impact that that's having for the overall school community and individuals who aren't the peers? And I mean, you may be able to share some anecdotes, but also from our high level data people, do we, tell me about the evidence behind this evidence-based practice.
And we really don't have evidence, to be perfectly transparent. Right now, we're in the infancy of Sources of Strength. We just started that class here, and the effects that it has. I mean, I can give you my gut reaction to it in just talking with students is it's very you're exactly right, that peer connection and having adults that have been trained and really addressing this and talking and destigmatizing mental health and being able to talk about it has been huge. But I haven't seen any data that supports my gut reaction to it.
Yeah. And I wasn't grilling the principals on the evidence, but
no, and we are evidence-based. We're data-driven in a lot of our decision making, and we would love to see that evidence, and hopefully that trajectory is where it needs to be.
I think we can have Matthew speak to the research studies about what Sources of Strength has been found to do. And then on an implementation side for us, our jobs for Healthy Schools is to know what makes the program work. It's part of the value of why having people affiliated with Deschutes County Prevention and Health Promotion in schools is that we can look at what's the core component or the active ingredient of this program, And then we can do a fidelity checklist to make sure that the schools are following those components that have been found to be effective at getting the results from the research studies.
Sources of Strength specifically was developed in the 1990s. I'm not sure exactly what year. North Dakota, a policeman that was working and was having a tough time with suicide in the youth population in North Dakota. That's where it was initially developed. It's been continued to be developed. There are there's more publications, but there's 3 randomized trials that they tried to do with this program. And so there's 3 publications around students that have implemented the program schools that have implemented the program compared to schools that have not implemented the program. They looked at suicides. Did suicides decrease? There are positive results for that. Suicide is a rare occurrence. In one of the studies, schools that didn't have the program, there were 4 suicides. In the similar number of schools that did have the program, there were no suicides. But they measured many shorter term outcomes in that program. So there is pretty good research. It's over the last 15 years. They want this to be a national program, and it's moving that direction. It's evolving. It's difficult to implement. There's a lot of training, and so that's an introduction to evidence. There is pretty good research in this kind of a program. This is a challenging problem to reduce. This is not something we're really ever going to stop, but we can reduce risk. We can reduce the occurrence. And this is a pretty good program. It's well developed.
I'll speak to you about the training. Is that okay? On the training, myself, the public health specialists were certified trainers, those that have been here for more than a year, and then the 2 new will be certified trainers after this school year. We're there in the schools to make sure that the program's getting to fidelity, to what we know has been found to work. When we do the training, there are 2 full-day trainings, one for the adults, one for the peer leaders, and there's specific parts of the training we have to do. And we have to do it according to the manual. And so we're pretty careful to make sure that we're doing the training as it needs to be. And then we're in the classes with the school staff and the students, working on putting together the campaigns for quality assurance purposes, as well as playing games, which is part of why this program works, is adults playing games with kids. It kind of balances that power hierarchy, and helps to create that relationship. And it's through the relationships amongst the peer leaders and their trusted adults in the classroom and the peer leaders and relationships with the other students. That's how it works. And so as long as we are following what the program has been found to be effective to do, we would assume that our results would be effective as well.
I was just going to add that we, public health, have known about sources for quite some time, and we're very excited. And prior to Healthy Schools did introduce sources to all of our school districts, and I equate it to, kind of us knocking on the door. We've got this great thing, and we know it'll make change and in a really beneficial way. And will you do it? And there was always a yes, but it could never take flight because the infrastructure wasn't there. So Healthy Schools has really allowed that vehicle for public health to be in schools and to help with that component that I think that you both have spoken to.
Well, even if this program saves one kid, and again, I've had the unfortunate position to live through, I think I just counted them, 6 suicides and students, and even losing one student, no matter how you lose that student, is unfathomable of what a school community goes through with that. And to have a program like this now, that we're not always reacting to those unfortunate events, But now we can get proactive and try to save lives. That's been a game changer.
Any other questions, comments?
No.
Okay, thank
No
you.
questions. Great. Thank you so much. Great to see everybody.
Thanks for taking the time out of your morning.
We helped extend it a little bit today too. So we'll see how the agenda goes at some point. Hopefully we can just kind of get through the rest here, but if we need to take a break for lunch, we can sure do that too. Item number 5, Central Oregon Health Council Opportunity Grant. Oh, welcome back, Jessica.
Yes, so again, Jessica Jacks, Program Manager, Prevention and Health Promotion, and I'm very happy to introduce to you Jess Nyworth, who is as of July 1st. Yeah, so for a wee bit of time, our new supervisor to oversee our substance misuse and problem gambling prevention section. And so I wanted to take the opportunity to introduce you both.
Hello, nice to meet you, Jess.
Jess in particular oversees the Upshift program, tobacco prevention, tobacco cessation, our new overdose prevention work. And so we're really excited to have her here. And so she's here not only for introductions, but to help me with any questions you have regarding this particular ask. So to remind you, we came, actually Lauren Wood and I came on August 7th and received approval from you to submit a Central Oregon Health Council Opportunity Grant Award. And you approved that and we submitted it and we were successful in receiving that award at a reduced amount than we had originally asked. We proposed 200,000 and they awarded us 150,000. So we're here to
just to extend a limited duration FTE. So I think it's pretty self-explanatory, I guess is my point. Yeah.
So so that is why we're here. And so just to give a little context around the change we did because we are receiving reduced dollars, we changed the extension of the limited duration from our original projection. And we're also aware that that because the Central Oregon Health Council funding does not allow for indirect costs, that that's around $9,000 when the drug-free communities grant goes away, because this is the matching grant, that we will need to make some decisions, and we've chosen not to solicit additional county general fund, but we'll need to adjust our budget internally, which might be a reduction in FTE in the future. But we are looking for any questions that you have around this. I could certainly talk more about the grant if you would like me to do so.
So one of the things that jumps out to me is the dates of this. You know, this is 25 to 26, so a couple of years from now. Central Oregon Health Council is funding this. Did you just say that you're trying to match kind of that 5-year window of current funding, or just because it's a couple of biennium in the future here?
So the match is, how do we say this? So the Central Oregon Health Council funding stream allows for it's not a match. Probably, I shouldn't have said that. It allows for us to extend the life of a current grant or expand upon it.
Yeah.
So that's what we're doing. So we're just extending the duration of a grant from the CDC called the Drug-Free Communities Grant.
Drug-free communities. That's a great idea. Are you focused on fentanyl at all?
That particular fund, go ahead. Do you want to speak?
I mean, because that's the domain. It's getting serious. You know, serious business is happening.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that we've been working on as through the Drug-Free Communities Grant in partnership with our behavioral health team is to do a couple of things. They're working on intervention. We also have a number of campaigns in the community about fentanyl awareness, about what to do in case you are encountering an overdose, or what to do, family, friends, how to access Narcan or naloxone to reverse that overdose if that does happen, but also preventative work in our communities to prevent any sort of overdose or drug access. And finally, a rapid response program in partnership with our behavioral health folks in the medical examiner's office, so that when we do see a spike in overdoses or fatalities, that we have a concerted and organized response to prevent that from spreading.
Okay, so we've had 19 overdose deaths through Best Care this year. 19. They lost 3 in 1 week. According to Rick Telefin, that was the word we got on Monday. He's up to 19 now, and historically, they lost 1 person a year till this year. So clearly, we have an enormous epidemic. What are we doing to explain to people that one little sliver of fentanyl can kill you? And then I just had a email from an RN in Redmond. They had a new drug that doesn't actually even respond to Narcan. They had a couple of people at the Redmond hospital, and it was heck saving those people.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is a national epidemic.
Well, this is local. This is local. 1 to 19.
Yeah.
But yeah, I
we're
mean,
seeing it in Deschutes County. And so this has been our dedicated response, and we're fortunate enough to receive the opioid settlement dollars to combat this in our community. And so we are doing both intervention, prevention, as well as awareness building of fentanyl, specifically of what this drug is and the impacts it can have and how to prevent an overdose or a fatality from consuming the substance. It is a concerted effort of both our public health folks and our behavioral health team to make sure that we are all working in concert with one another to address this crisis.
And then we've had 6 babies born in the last 70 days at St. Charles that are fentanyl babies, 6 of them. And if you look at what the complications are of those babies, it breaks your heart. So we have people that are pregnant in our community that are using drugs. And it's so frightening. Those children, they are born with horrible complications.
Commissioner Chang.
And one of the things that Rick Trelevin pointed out to us, as you were about to say, this is a national epidemic that has just reached Central Oregon, and in an entirely predictable way. We've seen a wave of fentanyl wash across our nation and arrive recently in the West Coast states. We've seen, Matt Christensen, showed me data, or showed the Public Health Advisory Board data a few months ago, on overdose deaths in Oregon counties over the last, I think it was 2019, 2020, 2021, and 22. And it was very clear, we could very clearly see the surge in overdose deaths in all counties surrounding us. And it's, the logical, conclusion that an epidemiologist would come to is, unless we have some incredibly effective interventions, this will arrive in Deschutes County soon. And now we're beginning to understand it is here now. So I just want to say that I am so glad that we are firing on all cylinders with prevention efforts, intervention efforts, treatment, recovery, and other tools to try to interrupt the impacts of the fentanyl epidemic, the national fentanyl epidemic on our community. So thank you for your work. And I also share the sense of urgency that Commissioner Adair is feeling. We need to do more. And I don't know how we get there or what that exactly looks like, but I would welcome from health services policy recommendations on how we do more, how we get to those effective interventions that are needed.
And just to emphasize the drug-free communities grant, as we receive it now, we're charged specifically to work on alcohol, e-cigarettes, and cannabis, underage cannabis. So while I didn't list off fentanyl, anytime we address youth substance use on any subject, it is a comprehensive approach. And it is because of our DFC grant that we have been able to do some community awareness that we otherwise would not have had the resources or staffing to do. So we're really eager to get that new staff coordinator on board and appreciative of the opioid settlement dollars, really recognizing the continuum of care from prevention, intervention to treatment. I think it's a really nice package in that way. We're working really hard in the absence of that staffing to be running alongside this effort.
And I'd say to your point, Commissioner Chang, because it has been a national epidemic that is now hitting Deschutes County, there are a plethora of structures, infrastructure, foundation, and policy recommendations of how to reduce the impact of this that we are putting into place now, and are building upon what behavioral health has already been doing for years to make sure that this isn't an epidemic in the scale that we're seeing in other communities, even in Oregon.
Thank you.
Is there a motion?
Or three motions?
We need three.
We'll take them one at a time.
Well, the really sad news is that from the school report, our marijuana use is 8% higher than the state's average, 8%. So I remember Deschutes County has always been, our kids are always at the higher levels, and they still are. So it looks like we have our work cut out for us. So I move approval of document number 2023-925, accepting a Central Oregon Health Council Opportunity Grant.
Second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And Chair will vote yes.
And I'll move approval of board order number 2023-046, designating signing authority for this grant to Public Health Program Manager Jessica Jacks.
And I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And Chair will vote yes.
And I can move approval of resolution number 2023-061, extending 1.0 limited duration FTE from September 29th, 2025 to September 30th, 2026.
The motion, but I still feel that 25 to 26, we're in 23. It seems like this is pushing this way out. So
I would just add, just if I'm picking up correctly what you're suggesting, it's not delaying the work from starting, it's extending, allowing us to do it longer.
And additionally,
Where otherwise we would have had to term the position on September 29th. These funds are allowing us to.
we'd have to term it in 25.
I'm sorry, 25. Yeah.
Yeah, we'd have to term it in 25. So it's going way out there. Okay.
Well, and I'll acknowledge that it feels like there's policy being made at the Health Council because they have these pools of dollars and it's coming to us kind of after the fact. So, this is a little bit higher level. I think you're on the Central Oregon Health Council. We have a critical situation here right now, and we're extending something a couple of years from now, which is fine. Good work being done, but the policy.
Maybe we need to spend the money now.
Yeah.
If we've got the nightmare now.
The policy of adding resources where we might need them now, or spending them 2 or 3 years from now, that's already been done around us. So I'll acknowledge that. It's kind of frustrating.
Well, and I would add to that, as you may be aware, the Health Council dollars have historically come to us as one time. And so it's the.
Yeah, so it's a bigger picture. I mean, you don't have to defend it. It's just, okay, there's these great pool of dollars somewhere and they're, handing them out here and now we're receiving them, but we're not, the Board of Commissioners seeing this terrible situation in front of us is not making, action items by these dollars. We're just receiving them. As I say, do good work out there. It's nothing against this program. Okay, motioned and seconded. Any other discussion? Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Item number 6. As I say, I mean, do we want to take a break or anything? Or, I mean, we got some substantive things coming, so.
I think people are in the room that might
That's fine.
appreciate us
But, okay.
getting done.
Item number 6, second reading and adoption of ordinance amending Deschutes County Code Section 612 regarding chickens.
Here we are.
You've had a heavy
Serious
morning, so
issues.
We're gonna lighten it up a little bit. This is
I wouldn't mind.
Dave
taking a
Doyle,
bio
County
break
Attorney.
after this.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, good.
This is, yes, as you indicated, Chair, this is a time for second reading of ordinance 2023-022 by title only, and then secondly, adoption of that ordinance. You'll recall we had a public hearing back on October 18th. The board deliberated and approved first reading at that time. And this simply clarifies the required conditions for chickens to be treated as livestock for purposes of the county code and dealing with dogs at large and dogs that damage and kill livestock. And it does not have an emergency adoption. So if you do second reading and adoption today, it'll take effect February 1st.
February 1st. Okay, I move second reading of ordinance number 2023-022 by title only.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I was just thinking back, we've got a dog and we have chickens and he'll get in the chicken coop sometimes and try to lick them. So we got a chicken licker that is for a dog, not a killer.
A very special dog.
That's very,
Well, but I mean, he's been exposed to them and we let him know that that's not good to get aggressive with them.
I'm sure my Jake would chase the chickens and they would have a heart attack. So.
Okay, it's been moved.
Well, and I will point out, this is on property that is not owned by the dog.
Yeah.
So if your dog's eating your chickens, that's your business.
Yep. It's your dog going somewhere else with their free range chickens. That's the topic here. So, okay, it's been moved and seconded. I forget who made the motion.
I did.
Was that you? So Commissioner Dare.
Yes.
Commissioner Chang.
I seconded.
I'm calling for the vote.
Oh, yes.
And chair votes yes. So this is second reading by title only of ordinance number 2023-022, an ordinance amending title 6.12 livestock kills of the Deschutes County Code.
And then I move adoption of ordinance number 2023-022.
Second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
And chair votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your dog licking your chicken. That's a great.
Well, but as I say, he's
No, that's a
not
great
aggressive
vision.
with them. Yeah.
No, that's very sweet.
Okay, so at this time, we're just going to take a 5-minute break. Thanks, Don, for being in the room, but we're going to get back to it. And 5-minute really means 7 minutes usually. So we'll see if we can come back. Item number 7, economic development loan conversion and repayment for Broken Top Candle Company.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jen Patterson, Strategic Initiatives Manager. I'm here with Dawn Mill to talk about Broken Top Candle. I'm going to let Dawn do most of the overview here. But the very quick overview is we're asking for a majority of a loan to grant conversion and then a small repayment plan. So I'll turn it over to Dawn for the details.
Good morning. It's still morning, so we'll always go.
Yes, it is.
Chang and Gabon mid-air. I'm Don Mill. I'm the Bend Director for Economic Development for Central Oregon, or EDCO. And I'm here to talk about the relatively routine manner in terms of resolving a current agreement with Broken Top Candle Company. It's now called Broken Top Brands. I may not call it the same thing every time, but if I confuse those, it's the same company. So as you know, this routine item, I come to before the commissioners. It's probably 3 times a year to either start one or end one. And this particular agreement is as a result of the Deschutes County Economic Development Loan Fund, which we often just call the Forgivable Loan Fund. Afton Cofelt, the founder, is not here today. Normally we have the founder present come and speak and give you some feedback and answer your questions. She was traveling internationally. She's sick. So I talked to her this morning and I'll convey her thoughts. Also, I usually have someone from the due diligence committee who helps us, manage and evaluate the companies to give you access to that independent group. I struck out on that also. Chris Petty was going to participate with this, so we just have me. So we'll do better next week.
No, it's good.
So the current loan is with Broken Top Brands is a $16,200 loan. It was generated in April of 2021. The baseline requirement, as you know, the plan is to provide this economic development loan money in exchange for adding jobs, in which time, if those conditions are met, the loan is forgiven. So the agreement had an additional requirement for adding 9 jobs on top of 11 existing, or getting to 20 employees, and maintain those for what ended up being the calendar year of 2022. We were close. I say that we, because our companies are, I adopt them. We were close, but didn't quite make it. We added up to, during the year of 22, we got to, I think, 23 jobs, I think the number was, and we dropped back down, primarily due to the things we learned about or heard about yesterday, at the Impact Conference. Cost of living is hard to hire a $20 an hour person and retain that job. And these are primarily warehousing and production jobs. So Broken Top Brand is a consumer products business founded in 2015 by Afton in her kitchen, and they create candles, diffusers, lotions, soaps, and perfumes. The companies are manufactured or assembled here in Bend. Gosh, isn't that great? I try to encourage that. And they use organic products. They have about 2,500 independent boutiques throughout Canada and US. They have large box retailers and also direct to consumer. Recently, they moved to about almost 18,000 square feet of a new building to expand production and maintain it here in Bend. So the update is, as I mentioned, the company has met all its requirements. Oh, I didn't mention the fact that the agreement required about a $42,000 average salary for those new jobs. And the actual average compensation for those new jobs was over $60,000. So they killed that part of it. The company didn't grow as fast as they expected. They will grow and they will continue. They will exceed that 20 requirement and pass where they were at 23 at some time in the future, but just not soon enough. They're having trouble hiring, and frankly, their new facility made them more efficient than they expected. They're doing the right thing. These are just, I could put a lot of different names of companies that have had the same issue, as you know, and this is just the most current one. That is the nuts and bolts of it, really. So the proposal is to, as in line with the agreement and the program, the loan can be forgiveness part of it, or conversion to a grant, can be prorated for the natural number of jobs that were added relative to the target, in which case translates to a conversion of $14,400 from the original $16,200 grant. So that's a repayment of $1,800. And the agreement provides for interest from April at the signing of the agreement, which was in April of 21, I understand from the finance department at the county that there's some consideration and support for waiving that interest. It's about $250. It's not a big amount. Certainly, that's a decision by the commissioners. And that's it. I'm up for questions. And if you need access to the people who are normally here with me, I'll certainly provide it. And apologize they're not here today.
Great company, great project. I can certainly understand, 8 versus 9 jobs is, it's not a huge shortfall. I'm supportive of moving forward with this modification.
I do believe, though, that I would prefer to leave the interest on. I just, it's that fund. We need to keep the fund plenished. So
Inflation is a killer.
Yes, I support that also. I think they just had a new investor. They were in the news recently, last week or so. So that's pretty exciting. And holidays are coming, so look out. I don't buy candles very often, but a candle can be a great gift. So I'll be looking for their products here pretty quick. So it's exciting to be able to empower them to be able to take this move. And it's having those 8 positions filled and $60,000 jobs, annual salary. That's really exciting. So good for them. Is there a,
So I move to authorize the county administrator to convert the 14,400 in economic loan development program funds issued to Broken Top Candle Company into a grant.
Second.
And any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. And the second part, with the interest, so the plus interest is already in there. So you're.
Okay, so move to authorize a repayment plan for the 1,800 plus interest for the remaining loan amount that did not meet the terms of the original loan agreement.
Second.
Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
It's a great company. Love their candles.
So I'm, thinking through the process. Let's just do another agenda item and take a break. I do apologize affecting your schedule today, but I support really, taking a lunch break and letting people know that they're not on standby with an unknown time right now. And as I say, I mean, if we can get through these without you too, if we, there's options here.
I'll be evaluating the agenda during your lunch break to decide whether I'm coming back.
Okay.
And I would just suggest that in the future, the people who are responsible for putting together the agenda, we have had chronic problems over the last half year with estimation of time items on the agenda really being way off. So I'd like to see.
Please adapt to it. I mean, these are public meetings. We don't know what's going to happen sometimes. How are we supposed to be able to predetermine how this is going to go?
I can look at these items. I can look at these items and know that we have allocated inadequate time in advance.
And sometimes we're right on.
Yeah, rarely.
Okay, thank you very much. Item number 8, second reading ordinance 2023-014, rural accessory dwelling unit text amendments.
Good morning. For the record, Kyle Collins, Deschutes County Planning. As the chair pointed out, this is second reading on our rural ADU amendments. The board held first reading of this proposed ordinance 2 weeks ago. During that first reading session, they directed staff to make some edits to the code, which have been incorporated into this new version of the ordinance. So here today, I'm just bringing forth for second reading that new ordinance. I've given you 2 copies of the ordinance. One would implement by emergency upon 30 days after the board signature. The second possible option would be the kind of standard 90-day adoption timeline. So once the board signed it, it would come into effect on the 90th day. The first option by emergency, that was originally staff's proposal for the board, knowing that this has been a priority project for quite a while. That would require unanimous consent amongst all of the commissioners for that option. The 30-day option, if that were elected, would become effective on December the 1st, and the 90-day option would become effective on January the 30th each year. Of course, if the board wanted to follow a different path outside of those two, we could implement that, but it would have to make some edits to the ordinance itself. With that, I'll take any questions we have.
Great. So as this, from our previous discussion, this is second reading, has been adopted and adapted a little bit from the previous discussions. I did support 2 acres, Southern Deschutes County. It'll be interesting to see how many people exercise this option, and I want them to. Also, we do have the opportunity for sewering some rural areas. There's mostly 1 acre parcels down there also. So I still come to that same conclusion that I would have supported 2 acres in Southern Deschutes County. But as I say, I'm going to go along with the will of the board right now because I was supported in that.
I think it's really important that we get those DEQ studies back and then we can actually amend it. And I would feel a lot better having that information in hand before I make that determination. I know a lot of people ask in Southern Deschutes County to have it at 2 acres, but let's all be calling DEQ and get that information.
Yeah, and I mean DEQ is going to may or may not respond. Yeah, we don't have enough resources. We're scheduling it for next year, so it's just always a big amorphous thing. So,
and in the meantime, it would be great to give people access to the ADU opportunity in 30 days versus 90 days.
And I did talk to Katie Brooks about this yesterday because the chamber did such an outstanding job of explaining and educating the public about the ADUs in the city of Bend. And she said, yes, they really have made a difference. So, if we can adopt this by emergency, December 1st sounds like a great Christmas present for some people to know that they can do this if they've been waiting for us.
With that, I would move second reading of ordinance number 2023-014.
Just to clarify that it'd be by title only.
By title only.
And it would be an emergency.
By emergency.
It would be by emergency.
And by emergency.
And I will second that.
Okay, any other, and so acknowledging that the package had changed from what was the original package we had proposed a couple weeks ago. So there's slight edits in what's being documented here, but we mentioned it in our motions last time.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. So this is second reading of ordinance number 2023-014. An ordinance amending Deschutes County Code Title 18 zoning ordinance, Title 19 Bend Urban Area Zoning Ordinance, and Title 22 Procedures Ordinance to adopt provisions for rural accessory dwelling units and declaring an emergency. So second motion for adoption in 30 days, is that the next motion?
Yeah, that would be the next motion.
Very good.
That we need now?
We need
Okay, so move now our second.
So
motion for
adoption. Yep.
So move second.
So it's been moved and seconded with the intent of 30-day adoption, December 1st.
December the 1st, yeah.
Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. So thank you very much for the Community Development Department for putting the big picture together here. I know that there's a kind of a website already. So City of Bend took the lead by putting education online for people. So I think the Deschutes County's done that also.
The chamber did
The chamber, sorry. Yep.
Yeah, the chamber did an amazing job and they realized that housing is critical. So very, very happy to hear that.
So if a homeowner is interested in this, can they come in on the counter today now? I mean, because it's adopted 30 days from now, but they can start definitely talking.
Yeah, so we'll be putting out a number of public information resources. So we'll be sending out a media blast through Eric Brian, our public relations person, as well as sort of our normal channels, groups that we talk to, Central Oregon Builders Association, et cetera. And then one of the bigger pieces that we're going to do is November the 30th. Now that we've decided on an effective date, we'll actually be holding an open house here that members of the public can attend in person with some limited space availability, but we'll also be recording that and making it available digitally as well. So there's a website. It'll be live at some point, if not by the end of today, then sometime later this week. It's just deschutes.org/ADU. That should have all of the relevant information and details that members of the public looking to check on these development opportunities would need.
Right. And since we're talking about the Ben Chamber and their ADU initiative, I just want to mention that they have recently been promoting the example of, I believe it's Summit County, Colorado, where incentives are being provided by the county to homeowners to help them make it financially feasible to build an ADU because it's a very expensive project, has a very long payback, and a little bit of financial assistance can help to bridge that gap and get more ADUs built. There's been a similar example in the state of California at the state level that I think these are very interesting things to take a look at because we can allow ADUs and that'll get a certain amount, but I seriously doubt that we're going to get the significant amount that we hope to see without someone helping to bridge that gap between the large price tag and the long payback.
5 years. It's only taken 5 years since we got this. I just was thinking, I know, started in 2019 and it's like, thank you, Kyle.
Of course. Yeah. Glad to see the finish line.
Oh, it'll be exciting to see who can really justify doing this. Septic upgrade, water system, transportation system development charge, cost of construction. I mean, this is still a high expensive item, even though it's so needed. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So back at 1A.
Yeah, so at this time, as I say, items 9, 10, and 11 plus executive sessions will be after a lunch break today. So we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. So thank you. Welcome back after our lunch break here today. Our agenda had been proposed to be done before lunch, but it slipped the last couple items for today. So item number 9, and for the record, Commissioner Chang was notified that he notified Brenda and told me that he'll be here in 15 minutes. Item number 9, consideration of to hear an appeal of the hearings officer remand decision. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Caroline House, and I'm a senior planner with the Deschutes County Planning Division. So I'm here for 2 items. The first item, though, if I could get my slideshow pulled up, the ideal. The first item is for board consideration of an appeal of a hearings officer's remand decision approving a single-family dwelling in the forest use zone. And this property is located at 59770 Scale House Road. This is just south of the city of Bend, kind of near the High Desert Museum. And again, the applicant's request was a conditional use permit to establish a single family dwelling in the F2 zone. And the requested forest use dwelling type is called a template dwelling. But there's a little history on this review. So the applicant actually initiated the review in 2021, 2022, and the hearings officer approved that request. That decision was ultimately appealed all the way up to the Oregon Court of Appeals and remanded back to the county to address several issues. So the applicant has initiated that application, and that's the matter that's before the board today. And that went back to the hearings officer for review. And again, the hearings officer found that the applicant had met the burden and approved the request. So we're now here, or I'm here today to present the appeal from the Wind Links Ranch Trust to the board. They filed their appeal timely and requested the board complete a de novo review to address appeal issues related to whether the applicant has indeed met the template test requirement. So the question for the board today is whether you would like to hear this appeal or not. And if the board decides not to hear the decision or to review the decision, the hearings officer's decision becomes the final decision of the county. And staff is recommending that the board not hear this appeal. Primarily, the issues are all related to state law, so the board won't be given deference. The hearings officer's decision was well written and reasoned and can be supported as the record exists today if it gets appealed to LUBA. And remands also have a slightly different time clock that we have to keep to, and it has 120 days versus 150. And the hearings officer review to now has taken 95 days of that clock. So there's very little time for the board to complete a review. And both parties were represented by land use attorneys. So that's all I have prepared for today. There's more information in my packet, so I'm happy to expand on anything or answer any questions.
If you go back to the kind of the first graphic slide with the rectangle around there, and just explain a little bit about the template scenario.
Yeah.
And my question is, so neighboring properties are different ownership. So how does the template? What's the kind of the expectation of a template approval?
Great question. So this box, what you're seeing is a larger view, and then there's a square that's rotated on its axis. That is the applicant's template. It's 160 acres. And so this comes directly from state law. And depending on the wood fiber productivity in the forest use zone, you have to have a certain number of parcels within that box, and you have to have a certain number of dwellings. And those have to be in existence since 1993. So it doesn't have to be in different ownership, but each of those properties that are in that box, there have to be a total of 7, and they have to be parcels. And that was what LUBA remanded back to the county for further review. There is a slight inconsistency in our lot of record definition and the statutory definition of a parcel. So the hearings officer just made clearer findings and again found that that's 7 7 parcels were within that box.
Okay, that helps. So, yeah, as I say, and it is very much about what's a parcel and what's the history of the parcel, and that's what was in the current appeal information. And any thoughts before I
Okay,
take it any farther?
go ahead.
Well, I mean, I conclude that, yeah, this isn't in the domain of us as commissioners with local deference referring to the legality of the parcels and the creation dates, because I think that's kind of what it boils down to. and maybe different terminology, but yeah, I would support not hearing this appeal.
Yeah. Really, that only gives us 25 days.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Yeah.
I mean, I'm going if they've already used up that many. Yeah, that's really not enough time, is it? No.
No, I mean, we would have to do 10 days notice with the availability in November. I don't think we could get.
Okay. Well, it seems as if the decision's been made for us because of the time.
Well, it's good the hearings officer has reviewed the specific items on remand and reapproved it, or, came to another, same conclusion.
Right. So that is good. Definitely. So let's see. So we need a motion then?
As I say, I support the denial or review on that.
Okay.
Front page and the second paragraph. Back even farther.
Back to the very.
There you go.
Oh, thank you very much. Oh,
Yep.
Move approval of order number 2023-050, denying review of the hearings officer's decision in file number 247-23-0000599A.
And I will second it. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Adair
Yes.
and Chair will vote yes. So that will be denying the review. And wishing the parties luck in this. I mean, it's a shame it's probably going to go up again. Okay, so item number 10, consideration of an appeal to hearings officer decision approving outdoor motocross facility. Mhm.
All right. So again, for the record, my name is Caroline House. I'm a senior planner. So this consideration is for an appeal, as you just mentioned, of a hearings officer's decision approving an outdoor motocross facility in the rural residential zone. This property is located at 7505 Northwest Eagle Drive, just west of the city limits of Redmond and just north of Eagle Crest. And the applicant has applied for conditional use and site plan approval for a recreation-oriented facility requiring large acreage. And what you're seeing on the screen here is the applicant's site plan. You can see their courses. There's 4 identified, as well as other improvements that are associated with their site plan review. So this application was initially referred to a hearings officer for a decision, and the hearings officer approved the request and included 34 conditions of approval. And the applicant, after that decision was issued, filed what's called a reconsideration request. And the hearings officer did modify 2 conditions, but declined to make changes to 4 other conditions that the applicant had requested to be changed. And the most recent update is that the applicant has now filed an appeal of that decision. And that's again why I'm here today. So the applicant has asked the board to review the appeal as part of a de novo review, but to limit the issues on review to the following conditions of approval that are on the screen. They're all related to motorcycle noise, the hours of operation, the number of visitors allowed on the site, as well as required new restroom facilities that were conditioned in the decision. So again, I'm here to ask whether the board would like to hear this appeal. And if the board chooses not to hear the appeal, the hearings officer's decision will become the final decision of the county. Staff is pretty neutral to whether or not the board should hear this. So I'm going to go over 2 slides. The first one will be reasons to hear the appeal. So in this case, the standards that are applied to this review are primarily associated with local code. So the board will potentially get deference if there is an appeal to LUPA. The second reason the board would maybe consider hearing this is that the conditions of approval rely on DEQ noise regulations, and it may be difficult for the county to enforce those conditions and those regulations. So if the board did approve the decision, you may consider writing better conditions that are easier for us to enforce. There was significant public interest in this proposal. I think there were over 120 public comments, a mixture of those in support and those in opposed. And lastly, the board may wish to concur, reverse, or modify the hearings officer's decision. For reasons to not hear the appeal, there is a condition of approval that the applicant is subject to the county's noise ordinance. And that is one of the conditions that I believe as part of the appeal, they're asking for that to be removed. It's staff's position that even if that condition is removed and not part of the land use decision, the sheriff's office could still have to enforce the noise ordinance, and the applicant may need to file a text amendment to address that issue entirely separate from this review process. Additionally, staff believes that the visitor limitation is a reasonable condition to mitigate impacts to surrounding properties. And on one of the other conditions they're asking to be modified related to the restroom facilities, that comes directly from DEQ and our on-site wastewater division's responsibilities. And so the board would not be given deference on that decision. So I had a lot more in my memo. I imagine you have some questions, so I'm going to pause there and see what you have.
Well, I'll just acknowledge, I think there was already media coverage on this. That's kind of probably the first time I heard about it. Deschutes County, reviewing this, I was like, oh, I hadn't even heard about it. So that was when I first heard. We've got emails recently, pretty much sending positions of support from a few different people. So that just acknowledging that in the public meeting here. Good memo about all the different things. This is, rural residential property and a use that may impact the area. And I can imagine it's a real dynamic discussion. And it has been approved too. So just kind of acknowledging the big picture here. Thoughts, Commissioner?
Actually, I got emails on this months ago about neighbors above it, and they were horrified that this was going to go in. So then, of course, we had the initial hearings officer decision, but then they came back asking for more, and that was denied to simplify it.
It was partially approved. So they had 6 conditions that they requested to be changed. 2 were approved and 4 were kept as they were originally written.
Okay. So, and of course, we've received a lot of emails recently about supporting it, but because originally it was all approved. And then they decided that they didn't really like that approval and they wanted more leeway with what they were doing. And then the hearings officer said, no, I can't do that for 4 of those characteristics.
Correct. So there were 4 conditions that the hearings officer found necessary to ensure compatibility. And so he denied the request to change those conditions.
Okay.
Is there a 150-day clock on this?
There is. The applicant has agreed to extend the clock, so plenty of time to review if the board wants to hear the appeal.
Well, so I came in kind of leaning towards, not strongly, but leaning towards hearing it. But it's going to be a big project and it's going to be a lot of moving parts on this too. A lot of community engagement.
Yes.
And as I say, it's an approval already. So it's interesting.
All right. But you're saying that because of the noise, the regs are not really clear enough. And so we would really have to add clarity to the sound level allowed. Is that right?
So the hearings officer has 3 conditions that are directly associated with DEQ rules. The first kind of provision requires for sound to be monitored at the motorcycle itself. So we have to have a sound monitor or capability at 20 inches, and then we have to measure the sound from 50 feet. And then the second DEQ provision is for adjacent residences, which are considered noise sensitive uses. We would have to go out to a property owner that has complained and given us access and go with 20 feet towards the property where the facility is approved and see if they're meeting the sound limitation requirement. So it could be difficult to get access. It's going to be dependent on, us scheduling with the applicant to actually measure on site the motorcycle noise. So it could be that the board could write clear conditions and other approvals. We generally have measured from the property boundary, so we don't need access. So that would be one way it's been handled in the past.
And I know depending on the weather, how sound expands when it goes up the hill. And it's seems like it's an incredibly complicated request. So do we want to take it on?
That's the question of the day, is to say I lean in support of hearing it, knowing is to say it's a local application, local process, so we can definitely shed light on the big picture. But the hearings officer, I would conclude is generally reasonable approval. So that's why I'm not, super enthusiastic.
Okay. I know. It seems we could go either way
Mhm.
in the case. How far away, if you have let's say somebody calls up and complains, do they have to be within like 750 feet or a mile, or what's the distance? Is there a distance in our sound?
So the county's noise ordinance, and this is where it's going to be difficult potentially for the applicant to establish their use, is that if anyone can hear motorcycles essentially on their property from their house, that's a violation of the county's noise ordinance. So that's one of the issues of why staff is recommending the board not hear this, because that needs to be resolved separate from this process, that there's a code patch that is needed to fix that. There used to be a provision where you can get a permit to operate motorcycles, and that code patch needs to happen in order to avoid that. So that's one of the provisions, and the DEQ rules are measured from residences, but there's no distance limitation. It's just what is the decibel level at that residence.
Okay.
So yeah, Commissioner Chang's just joining us. We're halfway through agenda item talking about hearings officer decision, request to hear the outdoor motocross facility. So I don't know if you want to get engaged with this one or.
I read the board packet. I can be engaged.
Okay, that'll be good.
Hope you, whatever you had to do at 12, they were happy that I still got to talk to you at 12. I rearranged my 1 o'clock to take care of it and be here now.
Okay, so if you want to kind of start with the introduction concepts again real quick, just to get us to the same place then.
Certainly. Do you want me to redo the PowerPoint, or is there something in particular that you think would be helpful to start?
Oh, just a couple of steps in the PowerPoint, because that'll get us right to the,
Commissioner Chang, I'll just do the reasons to hear and not hear the appeal, if that's okay with you. So in this case, the board will be likely given deference because the most of the standards that were applied here are local code provisions. So that would be a reason for the board to hear this appeal. Additionally, the DEQ noise regulations that are conditioned at the end of the decision may be difficult for the county to enforce. So if the board was to approve the request, you could adopt clear conditions that we could more easily enforce. There were over 120 public comments in the record, so that may be a reason the board would want to participate. And then lastly, the board may want to change the hearings officer's decision or expand on particular interpretive issues. Reasons for the board to not consider hearing the appeal. I just was mentioning, but the county's noise ordinance likely needs to be amended through a text amendment process separate from this particular review. And so that would be a reason not to hear the appeal. Additionally, staff believes that the visitor limitations that the hearings officer imposed is a reasonable condition to ensure compatibility with the surrounding properties. And lastly, the hearings officer conditioned that the applicant has to establish a new restroom facility, and the authority to impose that requirement is from DEQ and our on-site wastewater division. So you won't be given deference on that. So to the extent the board wanted to weigh in, there's not much you can change there.
great. So as I say, we were just kind of getting to a point, and I mentioned that I lean towards accepting this review and knowing that it could be a lot of engagement on this, and I'm not sure how much we're going to be able to come to different conclusions, but that was just trying to get some words out in direction to this. Commissioner Dare hasn't really given too much direction yet.
Well, I just said it's noise is incredibly complicated, and if you're saying we need a text amendment to clarify, and I know how sound travels and expands, and especially depending on the weather and the wind and all those other things, and the dirt in the air. So it seems like just to me, moving approval and not reviewing it.
So what are your thoughts?
So I didn't quite understand what you were just saying. When you said you were talking about you favor review, does that mean you want to hear the appeal, or does that mean you don't want to hear
I would support hearing the appeal.
I would support hearing the appeal as well for the reasons cited in the staff recommendation.
And then, so de novo would be an open record. Or not. So that's the other decision here, because that's the different recommended different scenarios for us. I support full open record again. If we're going to do it, we're going to let the world talk about it. So
I would support de novo.
Okay. So then if you want to make that motion, the first one on the front page.
And can I ask?
Oh, sorry.
Question. So the applicant requested a limited review to just the appeal issues, but the board's asking for a full review and without limiting the issues. Is that correct? Just to clarify.
Well, yeah. So thank you very much for clarifying on that. So as I say, I come to that conclusion where de novo and full, limited de novo or full de novo, it ends up being, well, he wasn't supposed to talk about that. People are going to say, yes, I like this. No, I don't like that. So that's kind of the conclusion I come to. Is there any guidance that we could have a limited de novo without too much procedural complications?
Staff is certainly recommending a full de novo because it.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Public testimony.
Yeah. So that was the
reasons you were just mentioning.
Yep. Okay. That's what I've seen
It
also.
does sound like there's a lot of interest in this item. So if we're going to hear it, we should. I think we should hear
Good. Thank you very much for clarifying.
all the interested parties.
And yeah, as I say, I kind of go there from my history of this. So how do you discern what's, in and out of the record already? Okay. So that first motion, full de novo.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to just get a little caught up here. So,
okay.
So there would be, it sounds like there's only 2 commissioners supporting that direction.
That's all you need.
Okay. I just wanted to understand the play field. So with that, I'll move approval of order 2023-051, accepting review of hearing officer's decision in file numbers 247-22-000812-CU, 247-22-000813-SP, and 247-23-000666-RC, and establishing the review will be heard full de novo.
And I'll second it. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
No.
And chair votes yes. Okay, well, good discussion, and that'll get us a process started there. So now it'll be kind of a function of scheduling and extending the record if needed.
Yeah, and just if I can, I'll work with Brenda on the scheduling if that's okay with you. But for time limits for testimony, do you want to use the standard that we've been using?
Yeah, 3 minutes does work real well. In fact, yeah. Maybe 2 minutes. I don't know. No, 3 minutes is our standard. And then, so we'll have a applicant / appellate testimony. We really won't have an opposition type testimony. So I don't know. I mean, if you follow this process with the hearings officer, is it a big presentation, do you think? I mean, I don't know.
You just said there were 120 comments from
but
the
I mean, from
public,
the
and there will
applicant.
definitely be opposition.
Yeah.
So, but applicant, appellant testimony, so 20 or 30 minutes.
It's really up to the board. 20
Yeah.
minutes is what we've done in the past. So
So can we have a little bit of professional guidance here?
Thank you, Commissioners. Your planning manager. I wanted to note that this really brought people out. There's enthusiasts of motocross. See this, you'll see that in the record that this is a important family activity, and the director of this is a beloved community member. And for people who are next to it, of course, I think we'd all have some reticence about living next to a motocross course. So I think even with the 3-minute limits, you may see significant time dedicated to this hearing. But with regard to the applicant testimony, the 20 minutes plus allowing 10 minutes for rebuttal is typical and allows them generally to address the issues.
You said 20 plus 10?
Mm-hmm.
The rebuttal, which would happen at the end.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if 100 people came out, that's 5 hours of testimony. So plus.
Well, that's why I was thinking maybe 3 minutes is a lot for this, because really it's thumbs up, thumbs down. And how are we going to acknowledge and adhere to sound requirements, and how many people can be on site, so there's different aspects of this.
I'll just note for the hearings officer review, not that many testified, so I'd say
Yeah. Okay.
less people.
Okay. Yeah. That's good. Yeah. So 20 minutes testimony, 10 minutes rebuttal, 3-minute testimony from anybody wanting to speak on the matter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carolyn.
Item number 11, Ben UGB expansion. So this is Stevens Tract Road area. Stephen Road Tract area. Welcome, Audrey.
Good afternoon, commissioners. For the record, my name is Audrey Stewart. I'm an associate engineer with community development. The item before you today is a work session on a plan amendment and zone change application, which is file numbers 24723000415 PA and 416CC. I'll provide some background on the application and then discuss the decision point for the board today. This is a request to bring 261 acres into the Bend urban growth boundary. The property is known as the Stevens Road Tract and is located adjacent to the City of Bend's current UGB. The applicant is requesting to change the comprehensive plan designation from rural residential exception area to Bend urban growth boundary, and has requested a concurrent change in the zoning from multiple use agricultural to urbanizable area. Legislation was passed in 2021, allowing the City of Bend to bring this property into their UGB. And one of the requirements of the House bill is to include affordable housing with priority given to school district employees. Bend City Council has approved a concept plan, which outlines at a very high level where things like residential areas, parks, and commercial areas would be developed. I received 2 comments from members of the public. One was in support and one was neutral. I also received comments in support from Department of Land Conservation and Development, and they said they were pleased with the level of coordination on this project. A public hearing was held before a hearings officer on October 11th, and no members of the public attended. A hearings officer decision approving this application was mailed out on October 24th. The decision for the board today is whether to initiate review and hold a new hearing on this application. Pursuant to DCC 22-28030, the board shall adopt the hearings officer findings unless either an appeal is filed or the board decides to initiate review. As outlined in my memo, staff recommends the board adopt the hearings officer findings. Staff and the applicant both largely support the hearings officer decision, and there's no opposition in the record. If the board decides to adopt the hearings officer decision, I'll return with a draft ordinance and have the first reading on November 8th and the second reading on November 29th. And with that, staff is available for any discussion or questions.
So this is already non-resource land. So that's why a hearings officer decision can be adopted, and it's not required that we hear it, because that's what we've seen in the past.
Correct. So if it's either resource land or it involves an exception to a statewide planning.
Okay. As I say, for all the previous rezones we've seen, it's a required hearing, but this one's not.
This is definitely a more rare instance.
Yep. Any thoughts?
Ready for a motion?
Yes.
There we go.
Right. Well, I'll just say that I think that this whole Stevens Road Tract project is an excellent example of how the state legislature can create some flexibility within our state land use planning system to provide the buildable lands that we need to create the housing that we need for our community. So I'm very pleased that we can play a role in moving this project along. With that, I will move approval of hearings officer decision for files 247-23-000415-PA and 247-23-000416-PA, approving a comprehensive plan amendment and zone change.
And I will second that motion.
Okay.
Just clarify real quick. I think there was a typo that the 416 should be ZC instead of PA.
Oh,
415 PA and then 416 CC.
Okay, just to clarify the motion.
Oh, good catch.
right. Yeah, in the recommended motion line, it's
Yep, it's not, yeah.
okay. So do I need to repeat or just
No.
clarify? I meant ZC, not PA.
Thank you.
Well. Can you support that?
Yes.
And it's been seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes.
Thank you.
There we go. Thank you very much. That is a big step, that's for sure.
Very exciting project.
So at this time, other items, we do have executive session, but there's also probably other items. I guess there's budget committee member interview follow-up. Want to start off with that. Oh, yeah, thank you.
Morning, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Yes.
It's morning in Hawaii.
Robert Tintel, Chief Financial Officer, for the record. Also want to review the process just for the public forum. For those listening, knows the process we went through. So I'll take a moment just to do that. Deschutes County accepted applications to serve as a volunteer for a budget committee member. There is a vacant 3-year term from January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2026. The posting ran from September 27th through October 23rd and included a social media campaign and was even announced on the radio. In the posting, the county sought volunteers who could develop a general understanding of the budget process, the departments and programs included in the budget document, and the legal constraints imposed on the county's tax levy after budget committee approval. 5 candidates applied, and all 5 candidates were interviewed to serve in this volunteer position. The candidates presented their perspective on the budget and their experience during the interviews. Each commissioner participated in the interview process, and the strengths of each candidate were discussed by the 3 separate panels. The top 3 candidates on each panel were presented to the commissioner. So this session follow-up is staff is seeking direction from the board on the next steps in the process. And I'll just give you a few options to consider, not limited to these. Number 1, the board can select the candidate today based on the application materials, interview process, and the summary provided. Alternatively, a process can be developed to narrow down the candidates to the top 1, 2, or 3 candidates for follow-up. Thirdly, staff can return with additional information after completing a reference and qualifications review of candidates. And finally, the board can reconvene next week on November 8th to discuss further. And I guess finally after that, any other direction.
Yeah, understood.
We're happy to oblige in this process. We're here to provide you as much information and support as you need in making this appointment.
Great, thank you. When I mentioned to each of the candidates that, yeah, it's an appointment of the Board of Commissioners and there'll be a meeting. So these interviews were done yesterday and we're already talking about it today. So that's real good. Thoughts?
Yes.
Taking a quick look at the rankings from the 3 different panels, it seems like Anthony Georgia was the only one that each of the 3 panels had ranked among their top 3s. That suggests to me that he would be a good consensus candidate.
But I personally want Chrisanna Endicott, Clark Endicott. I worked with her for probably 4 years on different panels. She has a double major in business economics, English, and she actually represents Redmond. And our committee is fairly well geographically represented in the entire county, with the exclusion of Redmond and Terrebonne. So I really feel like Chrisana, I was glad that she applied, and I would be happy to have her on the committee.
When I start to come to that same conclusion too, Chrisana Clark Endicott could be a real good fit there. And Redmond was the place. Bruce Barrett was from Redmond, long history there, and she does have experience. Anthony Georgia, amazing financial mind and the way he was able to analyze, and he was asking about bonding and the debt structure and all kinds of interesting things as we were doing it. So he's Mr. Finance. This is a kind of a big picture, all the services of Deschutes County, all the applicants were wonderful. And as I say, Jessica Sands, I enjoyed talking to her. She has applied in the past also. So
she was my personal first choice. I was offering the one candidate again that each of the panels identified among their top three. I think that is a really important thing to consider. I would also say that former counselor Clark Endicott is, she's a qualified public servant, but frankly, I don't feel like she interviewed that well for this position. She spent a lot of time talking about how she's in touch with people in the community, but did not spend nearly as much time talking about what she would bring to the budget committee. Just saying I'm in touch with people in the community is something that a political candidate says, not an appointed member of a committee such as this.
Well, after working with her for the last 4 years, I know she'll bring a lot. She's never shy about doing her analysis, and I'd be more than happy to have her join our group. So
I would also just caution that I think that there's real risk in appointing people who are highly partisan to our budget committee. It is a place where we should be doing thoughtful long-term and short-term planning for the community, allocating resources in the best way possible to accomplish the goals of the community and the goals of the Board of Commissioner as they're set out, and leaving our personal political preferences by the wayside. So,
well, and I'd caution you, Commissioner, on asserting that somebody that has strong political views is not looking out for everybody. So the statement you made, it sounds like the partisan statement from my point of view. And I don't want to take this any farther, but I just feel today's the day, I guess, just kind of pushing buttons, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm. No, in my experience with a former counselor, Clark Endicott, she approaches her roles in a very partisan way. And it's pretty hard to believe that she would do otherwise in this appointed position, without being specifically assured, by the candidate during an interview that would be the case.
Well, so as I say, I do support that. If you're interested in making a motion.
Yes, I move Chrisana Clark Endicott to join our budget committee as the private citizen that she is.
And I will second it. As I say, this is our budget committee, 3 elected commissioners, 3 appointed members. She is Redmond resident. It's great to have balance around the county. And I'm sure, just like each one of us, we're available for input, thoughts, and connections by any citizen in the community. So any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
No.
And chair will vote yes on that. So there we go. We've made a choice today, and I'd like to welcome Chrisanna Clark Endicott to our budget committee.
Thank you, commissioners. I appreciate your time. And just as a follow-up, I will be contacting upon your concurrence, all the candidates and letting them know the outcome of today's.
Great. Thank you so
And
much.
thank you, Robert.
Other items, is there anything? So Monday, I was able to attend the Eastern Oregon Counties Association. There's about 20 commissioners from Eastern Oregon, members of the association, which we are. I was able to attend in person in La Grande at their county building. In fact, saw the commissioners' offices, their meeting room, and we met in another building on their kind of public campus. A really great opportunity to see the other commissioners. Rocky Dahlem from Tonkintorp talked about the kind of legislative, lay of the land going into the short session. Western Resources Legal Center is a group that has a new director. So that was an introduction there. So there's a relationship with some of the, forest issues that are being discussed. And I don't have the history from EOCA on that. So, we can take that a little farther. Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, there's a commission seat that was being discussed for this next year that Eastern Oregon Counties wants to, just get the word out and make sure that there's another commission appointments coming around. And then, later in the day, they talked about forest planning, dams in the lower Snake River and ballot measure 114. So I wasn't there for the end of it, but there's stuff that's on the agenda.
I was on most of the call. So that was good.
So you were on remotely?
Yes,
So-
remotely.
And we can acknowledge that. As I say, I was in the room and you were remote. So you saw the first part of that meeting, or I don't know if you were you
Saw
there?
it till like
Yeah,
one.
'cause one, yeah. Okay.
Are you?
Yeah, that's it. That was
Okay,
it.
so yesterday I had a great conversation with Counselor Catherine Osborne from Redmond. We have been pushing really hard to do something about that 16-bed rule that's from 1963 with Senator Wyden's office. And we actually are going to have a meeting with them on the 16th of November. So he is addressing that issue in DC, and we're bringing it out here. And then I also yesterday had a call from Chief Justice Marco Hernandez's secretary, and they have set up another meeting about our courthouse floor on the 17th of November. So 2 positive things in one day. And then the other interesting thing for the community is that last Friday, St. Charles was full and they were turning patients away. And I did have a conversation with one of their vice presidents. And I said how important it was that St. Charles would put the floor in the tower that was completed in May of 2019 into utilization. We've had so many people move into our community. It is the regional hospital, and we desperately need more staff and beds at that hospital because they were turning away patients.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
Anything else, Commissioner?
The one other items thing that I think we should all be recognizing, acknowledging right now is the recent revelations about Kevin Dahlgren and the fact that this person who during their time working for the city of Gresham was supposed to be working on helping to reduce homelessness and move people out of homelessness is now accused of instead using their time.
Accused? Was he convicted?
Indicted.
Oh.
An indictment is an accusation.
Yeah. So now is somebody guilty before they've been convicted?
No, we live in
I
America.
didn't say
Yeah.
guilty. I said accused is now
So
accused of instead stealing money from the taxpayers of the city of Gresham. And I am very disappointed that our sheriff's office proceeded with pursuing a contract with this individual, apparently without checking their references and credentials. Because if the sheriff's office had done so, I am guessing that the people from the city of Gresham would say, this person has been placed on administrative leave. We can't discuss all of the reasons, but that would typically be a pretty good tip-off that you want to avoid, a certain person working for you either as an employee or on a contract basis.
So do you have firsthand information about this, or you're just getting information from the media and trying to pile on?
I have firsthand information that this person has been indicted on 19
Which is
counts.
from the media.
I have, which is a public record.
That's fine.
I have firsthand information that the sheriff's office executed a contract with this individual, which I was not informed about until weeks after it was executed.
So yeah, and
So
as I say, that's a pretty judgmental statement for information we have partial information about, and I don't know the facts either. I'm just pointing out that I'm what's the terminology of how'd you lead off your statement?
I'm not going any farther than this, than that, but there's certainly more I could say. And if those if those indictments turn into charges, confirmed charges, I will be saying even more.
So I think we're working towards trying to help homeless people in the addiction crisis. And now this is a very much defocused issue that's on the side of this.
Oh, no, let's be clear. Let's be very clear. That contract was executed to construct a narrative about the homeless, collecting apparently, or, from the scope of work, collecting data that had already been collected under our point in time count. One of the reasons I'm not making,
it's all extrapolation.
One of the reasons I believe that contract was executed was to tell a narrative, to create a narrative that reinforced the sheriff's policy goal of moving along.
The policy other than you?
Absolutely. And we
could go on.
We debated.
Sit here and accept that. But
we debated the sheriff's policy goal, his proposed code, in depth, simultaneous with the time when Mr. Dahlgren was doing his work. So I am personally very upset that this contract that was executed to put out a certain narrative to reinforce the sheriff's policy goal, while various people in the community were trying to mobilize large numbers of people in our community to attack me for not supporting the sheriff's proposed code as written. I am extremely upset that those two things were happening simultaneously.
Okay, well,
and now that contract, its scope of work, the garbage product that came out of it, have been completely discredited.
See, and I don't see it as a garbage product. I see it as an effort. So I'm just acknowledging that I see it very differently than you. So
that's great. You can tell people the way that you see it, and I will tell people the way I see it.
Very good. Okay, so anything else for other items? If there are none, we have two executive session items, and so we can turn off Zoom.
We actually have three, don't we?
Or maybe three. Yeah.
We do have three.
Okay.
Two of
Thank
them
you.
are Christie.
Yep. I know of two.